Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thoth. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Today we're going to have hopefully a good discussion. Love, welcome to the membership, my dance. I'm going to start off with this before I play the intro. TLC, TLC probably should not have done that song, No Scrubs. I promise you they shouldn't. Years later, people are still mad, people are still cross, angry, and miserable about the song No Scrubs. And it is my it is my assertion that that song was a catalyst for the manosphere. So that's all I'm gonna say on that. Please let me know if you can hear me. Please let me know if you can hear me while I play the intro. Thank you so much for being here. I'm not being petty. I'm being honest. I all right. You can hear. All right. So we are going to go through. Let me bring this down some. There. All right. So we're going to go through some things, right? I think this week I've been listening to a lot of people, but Joe Budden particularly came to mind. But wait, hold up. Let me do some welcomes. I'm just jumping into things. Hey, Deanne. Hey, everyone from the Discord. Hey, Erica, Vitamin, LB. I'm just picking out random names. Thank you all for being here. I so appreciate you guys for coming and staying. Eden, greetings and salutations. I am literally going to need to drink. Greetings and salutations, Themis and fellow fruitcake family. I feel like you guys have branded yourselves the fruitcake. Now, my only problem with the fruitcake label my only problem with the fruitcake label is simply none of the men is gonna want to. You guys can call yourself whatever, but I should call you guys fruitcakes for real to piss off the men in the chat. just, just to, no, just to piss off the men in the chat. I think I think I should say we're fruitcakes. Drop your skincare routine, Themis. Your skin is glowing, period. It is definitely lighting. I am pretty sure it's mostly lighting. Um, mm, I want my fruitcake merch. Aw, you guys better be asking for merch. To be honest, I thought those songs would maybe force men to change their ways. No, absolutely not. So for people for people to change for people to change their ways, they would have to recognize that it's bad. Calling the homeless fruitcake is the biggest display of masculinity. Period. So I'm gonna call everyone a fruitcake now. You guys are the fruitcakes. All right. So we have Themis, have you ever heard of Hassan Piker? I used to watch him. Um, I think he was affiliated with the Young Turks, but I haven't watched him lately. So I don't. I mean, I do know of him. I know of his content, but I haven't. Stop calling yourself a fruitcake. Those jerks don't deserve that nod. Oh, the thing is, I don't dislike. I don't dislike the phrase. I really don't. I think it is. I think it was creative in its insult. All right, rum cake. We should. All right, we should call it "Who Run the World?" Fruitcake reclaiming. I'll be a fruitcake to tick trolls off. All right. So what is his name? Joe Budden. Joe Budden decided that he wanted to speak on the Megan Thee Stallion situation. I don't know why he wanted to speak about it. I'm assuming he wanted to go viral again, but I will bring it up. Oh, it is a part of this. I did not put it in the title because I didn't want the influx of people coming to talk about the Johnny Depp trial. We're going to talk about this. It's it is a huge part of why I decided to make this live stream. We've been talking about it in the Discord, and I think it's time we do have this conversation. Hopefully, by the time those people who are like seeing themselves in Johnny Depp, hopefully by the time they realize what this stream is about, it will be too late. So they're not coming here. All right. Joe Budden decided that he wanted to speak about the Megan Thee Stallion case. I've decided, for the most part, to like let it play out and not really comment on the case itself, right? But this is what Joe Budden decided to say. Now, I have no love for Evelyn. I don't care about her life. I don't care about any of it. But I do think the way Joe Budden decided to talk about this, I do think the way Joe Budden decided to talk about this is emblematic of a larger problem, which we are going to get into feminism in a moment, and why I believe, like Professor Banks believe, that Black women should, quote unquote, give up the good fight. One, we're going to question whether or not the fight is good, what the fight is, and what does giving up looks like for, I guess, Black women and Black men, because one group already gave up that fight, by and large. So let's hear what Joe Budden had to say. I won't put the video, well, I'm going to put the video on. I don't care. I did not mean to put that. I apologize. I actually really did not want you guys to see that. All right.
Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco's ex-wife. Example of what I'm saying. Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco's ex-wife. Mm-hmm. He's in a whole new relationship. He's married. Mm-hmm. He's whatever he is, he's happy. Mm-hmm. They happy, she's happy. For years, anytime his name came up, she popped up. It had nothing to do with her, but she popped up and said, hey, he did this. It didn't matter the rehabilitation he'd done. It didn't matter the changes that he's made, the apologies, both public and private. Yo, dog, for the next 7, 8, 9, 10 years, every time I do something positive, you're going to pop up with this victim story. And you are the victim. So I don't take that away. But that's bullying. Example of what I'm saying. Chad.
All right. Now, before I came on, I was told to go watch the full thing for context. I tried to watch the full thing. There is no more context that makes this any better. Now, let's take Evelyn out of it. I don't really care. And let's think about broadly what this means, right? It is my assertion here that men identify easiest, obviously, with other men. It is also the truth that men who are considered to be abusive will not step aside and say, maybe I have been abusive in the past and now I've turned a new leaf, hearing that another man is abusive, maybe I should consider taking the woman's side, or shutting up completely and not commenting. It seems as if there is a need to reaffirm their own innocence, men, their own innocence, using someone else's situation, even though they understand that they themselves were not innocent in their case. So there is this cognitive dissonance that I believe is happening, whereby Joe Budden, if I'm not going to put any of the allegations out there, right? But with all the allegations about him and how he has treated women in the past, it makes sense that his stance is that women should be quiet after a while regarding their own victimization. Because he said, She is a victim and he's not going to take it from her. However, why do you keep bringing it up? Well, the perpetrator of wrongs do not get to tell the victims when to be quiet and when to speak. When you have been traumatized by people, those people who you've been traumatized by do not get to tell you to not bring up the trauma because it's uncomfortable for them to hear about it. Like the discomfort you feel is nothing. It pales in comparison to the trauma that you put someone else through. So it does not make sense that you would sit yourself on a podcast, on any sort of outlet, and speak in this way about what people who are victims should do about their own victimization, when they should speak about their own victimization because it makes you feel uncomfortable. Sure, Ocho Cinco could have changed a new leaf. He could have been Mother Teresa now, for all I care. What he did in the past actually happened. And while we can talk about retributive justice and whether or not he faced any sort of repercussion for his action or whether or not Evelyn had justice, it does not change the fact that she experienced this and it's now a part of her story to tell whenever she feels like telling it. This is not, again, about Evelyn. This is about a group of people, women specifically, who have gone through a ton of trauma, and you are telling them that it is not their right to speak about it when they feel like, because you who have perpetrated the trauma feels uncomfortable hearing that which you have done because you have quote unquote changed. Absolutely not. I think you should drag as if you cause so much pain, be willing to hear about the pain you caused. That is the least you could do, is hear about the pain you've caused. So no, but it got me to thinking about the good fight. And Evelyn, not Black and not Afro-Latina, I don't care what she tells you, right? But when classic oppressor template, yeah. Themis, were you having fun at a concert? Your voice sounds like you've been screaming. Uh, I have been screaming, but it's not at a concert. It is at my home. I've been singing very loudly. The way the universe is set up, you get to choose your sins, but not the consequences, including who tells a story of what you have done and for how long. Yeah. And this is what, by the way, we're going to come full circle because this is an important conversation. The way in which men have consistently come on this platform to defend themselves and the group is, let me not drag them too harshly. The way in which Joe Budden has spoken is a direct mirror in my mind of the ways men have come on here. And it begs the question, are these men speaking from a place of protecting their own image, not the group, but their own individual image? Because to say that that other man doing that other thing is wrong would mean they have to come face to face with the wrongs they have perpetrated, right? Individually, again, not as a group. So it is, on one hand, I am floored and surprised, really, at the idea that Joe Budden would say this. But on the other, I shouldn't be, because this is literally what you should expect in these kinds of conversation. I have grown to accept that this is the ways in which men are going to show up. And I don't know how I feel about that. There are some men on this channel that I look to for someone said image took black men out of the home. There are some men, Impossible being one of them, London Link being another, who have come on here and they've given hope, I think, to the conversation that we can, in fact, hold on to the space of accountability, right? that we can in fact do that. And so this is where I wanted to start. Now, I did see another clip that I'm going to show you guys. I don't know if you guys know Ruslan. He came on here once and he posted this. This has to do with the church specifically. This will all make sense, I promise. And he posted this, and I want you guys to watch this clip.
Talking about purity. We're talking about the importance of saving yourself for marriage.
Yes.
And the importance of being modest.
That's right, ladies. Such an important topic that we're talking about tonight. So blessed to have Jessie Beth on stage speaking about it. Now, fellas, you know what that means. We don't actually address this in church. We're going to go play dodgeball out back on the basketball courts. Let's go get after it.
Okay, guys have so much fun playing dodgeball. Girls, we're going to start with the topic of how modest is definitely hottest.
Oh my God. This is absolutely indicative of how purity culture was going down. There's a lot of talk to the girls, no talk to the guys, more or less. Guys learning to dodge the accountability. Ouch. Like, let's be honest, like guys were starting to get shredded and get buff, and they wanted to garner attention of the other girls in youth group. And I think there was a missed opportunity that we could have addressed some of these things within the youth group culture, and we didn't. And I think that was an L. This triggered my...
All right. So I know that was a funny clip, but it is part of our society. So I need someone. I just got a new member and I don't know where it went, and I would like to say welcome, but I don't see the member. In any case, right? This makes sense. The way we have acculturated men, right? The acculturation process for women versus men makes sense now, hopefully, to a lot of people. What I mean by that is the ways in which women are taught to take responsibility, not just for themselves, but for men, right? For others around them. That kind of understanding about how male-female relationship, not sexual relationship, but relationship in relation to accountability make sense. When women were being taught about modesty, saving yourself, protecting your sexuality, protecting your temple, all of that, men were being taught to conquer women and conquer in a very specific way. Right? Now, this conversation is not about straight up sort of heterosexual relationship. What it is about, rather, is about the relationship men who have gone through the acculturation process have to accountability versus that which women have to the same sense of accountability. And it is a very different process of acculturation that happens for both genders. And the results, it makes sense, right? All right. So let's do one more thing before I get into this. When we think about the manosphere and the loudest people online, not just the manosphere, but like this idea that feminism is bad, I would not say normatively that feminism is bad, right? But I will say feminism for women puts them at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to happiness in their personal life, right? So let's just go all the way and do this, right? All right. All right. So when we think about the public versus the private sphere, right? Feminism, oh my God, I think there is a fly in my house. I literally just saw a fly. Please let me know if you saw a fly. I am pretty sure there's a fly in here, and this is awkward. Anywho, it is summer. I should not open my door ever again. There, like literally. Anyway, it's going to bother me. It's going to bother me until we're done. This is kind of the funniest thing ever. All right. I probably should not open my door. It was so beautiful outside today, and I should not have opened my door and kept it open. All right. Feminism takes the private sphere, right? And they make the private public. That is, every decision you make is a public decision. It is not about you as an individual only, but rather it is about a individual's relation to other people, both known and unknown. Before I go, I thought I explained this, but I definitely probably did not, right? So when we think about the private sphere, we can go to ancient Greece, right? So we define through the sort of ancient Greeks, we defined the public as the sort of political realm, right? Where the direction of society and its rules and laws were debated in a sort of public space. The private sphere was defined as the realm of the family, right? It is your home, the mother, the father. It is inculcated in sort of what you experience on a day-to-day with the people you love and care about, or maybe hate, right? From the public sphere grows public authority that dictates your values, ideas, and the goals for society. The private sphere, on the other hand, is the realm of the family whereby you are only responsible for yourself. Your decisions are ultimately about you, right? So the public sphere is the political space. It is societal. The private sphere is on the individual level where the decisions you make are about you and responsibility for yourself, not in relation to other people, right? All right, those are fine. The thing about the public versus the private sphere is when it comes to gender and race. Historically, women have been excluded and people of color, specifically Black people, have been excluded from the public sphere. It is important to note that women were almost uniformly excluded from participating in the public sphere when it first emerged. And the private sphere, the home, was considered the realm of the woman, or the woman's realm. The distinction between the public and the private sphere can be explained, or can explain why women had to fight for their rights to, I don't know, vote, to engage in political discourse, to even hold political office. It is why gender stereotypes about women belonging in the home has lingered for so long. So now that we have a sort of historical view and a more sociological view on the public versus the private space, here is where the manosphere might be correct when they address feminism. Here it is. Feminism takes the private, right, the private sphere and makes it public. The decision you make in your life as a woman becomes a decision about a political back and forth or war. Now, when you add that, right, and this is white feminism broadly. Now, take Black feminism and intersectional feminists, and you have a machine, in some people's view, the woman, who is fighting, again, who is fighting not for equality of the sexes, but for equality, period, right? So the Black feminist is now burdened with fighting not just for women's equality, but for Black people's equality, for LGBT equality for everyone, right? The issue with this fundamentally is it takes the private and make that which is private public. The way where you're here becomes a political statement. Who you decide to partner with becomes a political statement. Everything that you do that would normally be considered a part of the private sphere becomes a part of the public sphere. You have no rest. There is nothing that you do in this space that allows you to rest, because there is a system that you need to overthrow that causes inequality. If that is the space you're in, that is now a problem. And the problem with it, it's not that it's wrong, right? It is the good fight. It is fundamentally the good fight. What is good? Well, if normatively we agree that the system that creates inequality is bad de facto, then trying to change that system into something better is a normatively good thing, right? The person doing that is seemingly a good person. So a woman who takes on the mantle of a Black feminist is now fighting to overthrow a bad system in order to create a better one. Good, good, good. Now, here's where it's bad. If you are the only person seeking to transform the system, you are now left on your own, unlikely to succeed. The system, as most people will tell you, at least the American system, was created fundamentally by men to the exclusion of women. It is very recently that women were even able to participate in political discourse through voting, right? All right, put that to the side and let's continue. If you, as a feminist, an intersectional feminist, goes through the world, you are doing a ton of deconstruction. You're looking at everything and you're seeing how everything is a problem and how you can ultimately fix that which is a problem. Now, if you're doing all this legwork, right, you are a soldier for justice. You are lifting, you are fighting the man, you are tearing the system apart, and you are attempting to make equality a goal. Now, equality in access or equality in the outcome, we hopefully have a good choice on that, right? Perfect, great. Now, imagine doing all of that while being dragged because you're quote unquote masculine, you're not feminine, and people are telling you that feminism is bad. And let's add to that the fact that you are highly unlikely to succeed in the fight against the system because the people you're fighting the system for are literally fighting you as well, right? They're not only fighting you and destroying you, actually killing you, right? They're fighting you through destruction of your image in the media, on social, literally everywhere, right? But they're actually killing you, right? So we now have a choice. Sorry, you now have a choice, right? Do you continue the good fight? Do you put on the mantle, or take on rather, the mantle of being the backbone of the community? Or do you make that which is private, again, private as opposed to public? Again, rephrasing that to make it clear, do you take the decisions you make in your private life and you make that private and not a political decision? Who you decide to mate with is no one's business because it is now a private decision. It is not a public decision that is having an impact on the group that you are a part of. Let's sit back. Let us breathe. Themis is on the pulpit. If logic tonight, I think it's off logic tonight. Let's do it. To make your private decision private, public, is to be a feminist. It is part of it. But why I think it is important to do this kind of work now more than ever. Sorry, your comments are like really good and I'm trying to read them. Now, Themis, you know, only certain oppression is bad to Black men. The self-serving oppression of women lets me know the community is not logical, only hypocritical. Yeah, and that's part of, like, we're going to get into this. You guys will be able to call in. I just want to set the stage now for the conversation that we're going to have, because this is very, very important. When I see a clip of Sister Soldier speaking with Cornel West, I've played this clip before and I will play this again. When Themis wear turtleneck, it's going to be a good night, period. This is important, right? So Sister Soldier is speaking on behalf of the Black community, and so is Dr. Cornel West. And I want you to hear both of them and what they say regarding equality. because I think, honestly, I find Demas, I thought we were cuddling black men. This convo is not conducive to that. Period. I think it is important that when you hear people attacking feminism and men attacking it, I think they have a very specific idea about what women are, who women are, and what women do. And I think we are taking the white experience, the Johnny Depp experience, and we're shoving it into the Black community as if that is what is happening in the Black community. In fact, we're going to watch a gentleman speak about the Johnny Depp case. And this is a Black man. And the way he has decided to take on the trauma of Johnny Depp and a rich white man at that, and somehow make that a reality for Black men and Black men's experience is really disheartening to me. It is disheartening because I watch Black women speak online about their experience, even divestors, and not one time have I ever come across a Black woman who think that their experiencing of womanhood is identical to that of a white woman, right? So in a system where we acknowledge white supremacy and dominance and power and all of the foolishness that comes along with it, right? In a system where we understand the inequality, in a system where we understand how economically deprived certain groups are, in that system, we have men trying to relate to Johnny Depp, men who do not have the kind of access to resources and power as him, somehow believe that they are represented through him. That is very, very scary to me. That is extraordinarily scary to me. But let's continue. Hey, welcome, Cher. This is my membership dance. That fly is literally bothering me. It is such a problem. All right.
You design those programs. In all of the programs that I attended, all of the education that I had, college, public, and otherwise, nobody ever told me that I was an African woman. Nobody ever told me what the history of African people were. Nobody ever told me that America is business, and without business you will have nothing and be nothing. And nobody ever told me how to organize business so that I would be able to develop institutions in my own community. So now the sincerity of all of the programs and all of the education has to be questioned, indicted, and convicted, because the bottom line is that America is not and has never tried to produce African adults who are functional, self-sufficient, who understand their politics, their economics, and their relationship to the world politics and the world economics.
American with the NAACP, the Urban League, and the traditional We Shall Overcome civil rights leaders of the 50s and 60s that have been all but abandoned and ignored by younger people, Sister Souljah included.
I think that the dice are loaded, and that's what's left out of Mr. Brown's piece. See, there was a period of time in this country after Reconstruction where African people owned a lot of land, owned a lot of businesses, and did a lot of things. But what happened was the American government, the Ku Klux Klan, and other organizations organized in smashing that effort. So it's not that we haven't tried to own lands and have not organized businesses. It's that if you are African in America, or in Latin America, or in the Caribbean, or in the continent, you will be hunted no matter what you do, because they do not want us to survive and become self-sufficient. And you can say no, but you haven't lived this life. You haven't lived this life.
And to be happy. I'm talking about that. All right. Now, to paraphrase Senator Bradley of New Jersey, the state from which your piece was.
Senator Bradley gets much right when he talks.
He does, and he, among other things, and he's not claiming to be particularly original with the observation, we can't get there unless we go together. I have a terrible feeling that behind me are some people who do not agree.
Senator Bradley of the all-white United States Senate said we can't get there unless we all go there together. Sorry, none of us are where he is. That's number one. Number two, you're making a moral appeal to a country that doesn't have a moral conscience. The question becomes that when white people feel serious and angry and upset about abortion, they come out in the thousands up to the millions to say, this is what we believe about abortion. Where is the white outcry against white racism that murders African people all around this entire globe? It doesn't exist. So who are these white good people? I want to meet them. I want to see them. I feel it's not enough.
But that might be all we can get.
And guess what? I don't work with all I can get. What I work with is what I have. Listen, you have to have some confidence in the power of African people amongst ourselves to establish a foundation.
We have.
We haven't. We have utter chaos in our cities, and you got
There's
to
no
say
black
that.
institution we
You
can build.
can have a program. I'm not saying we've built a lot of.
All right. It goes on and it's like a good clip, but so Cornel West says, what if that's all we can get? And she said, well, I don't want all I can get. We want more, right? We should do more, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. This is the fight that men are telling women, these women are too masculine, that these women are feminist, that these women don't know their place, etc., etc., etc. Now, it is important to really sit back and think about the two difference. And by the way, this is not a critique of Dr. Cornel West, right? I have a ton of respect for him. I disagree with him on some things, but it is not a critique. I wouldn't dare approach him in that way. I do have a tremendous amount of respect for him. But in this moment, he said, let's accept what we can get. And Sister Soldier said, yeah, no, thank you. If that is not praised, right? If that is not looked at as something good, then I don't know what should be, at least from the Black male's perspective. If Black men are so quick to dismiss feminism and treat it as if it is somehow antithetical to them actualizing, and that is self-actualizing, I am not quite sure what it is that we can do about that. Without their help, you fail. So if you continue to carry this load, in my mind, it does not make sense, because you need your counterpart to help you in the struggle that is to come. And if you don't have that, then it's not a fight you can win by yourself. That is an opinion, that is not a fact. So when I see Sister Soldier going off in this way, and people, not specifically to her, are so concerned that feminism is making Black women masculine, and feminism makes Black women not know their place, and feminism somehow makes women feel like they're better than men, rather than see that, well, you're using feminism too broadly, and you're not talking about intersectional feminists or Black feminists, which is necessarily intersectional feminism, right, as a general matter. They have made the public a part of the private. The private in the Black feminist mind is public. We can look through Audre Lorde, we can do Angela Davis, we can just keep going. I just brought up these two because I've been reading them, and I'm sorry for the people in the book club. I will let you know next month what we're doing and kind of how I plan to do the book club. But it is interesting to me that in the search for equality, people are talking down, people who believe there is a system of injustice right, are talking down about these women who've taken on the mantle of Black feminists to go and fight and push back against a system that is unfair not just to women, but to all people of color. Now, you can disagree with that statement. You can believe fundamentally that the American system is not unfair, and that's why you disagree with feminism. But that's not the argument. The argument being made is very short-sighted from the men making the argument, right? It is that these women are not submitting to them. Submission is the key to the argument being made regarding why feminism is bad as it relates to Black women's relationship to Black men. Short-sighted, completely short-sighted. But I can stay on this for long. I've spoken ad nauseum about this in previous videos. So let's move on to the good fight. Let's hear the author, Professor Banks, talk about the good fight in the context of a relationship. I will say that I do not make this argument merely for relationship. Like, that is not why I'm making the argument. When I'm talking about the public-private dichotomy in the terms of people's lives, Black people's lives, I am talking about it more broadly than just relationship. But unfortunately, personal relationships become central to the discourse. And well, here we are with Dr. Banks, Professor Banks, rather. Let's hear him, and then we can continue.
The way I think of that is that women have been asked to carry a great load. Black women shoulder a lot of the burden, in short, of Black men's struggles. And I am asking women to put the burden down. Many women think that they're attracted to Black men. They are attracted to Black men, but attraction itself is complicated. And one of the things that I discovered in the course of writing this book is that there's a whole host of fears and desires and anxieties that animate Black women's attraction to Black men.
Okay, and on that though, I got another question from a viewer, Judy, sent in and said, well, it sounds like you're saying, why should Black women give up the good fight? You know, you're not telling them to take on a project of fixing a man necessarily, but why just give up on Black men?
Right, that is another great question. I actually am asking Black women to give up the good fight because the fight hasn't been successful. The fight has not been successful. This is what a friend of mine, Carolyn Edgar, calls a Negro Improvement Project, which is what a lot of Black women undertake. And often the results are not so great. So the strategy has been counterproductive. It doesn't help African Americans for us to have Black men and Black women locked in bad relationships and raising children in households where the parents quarrel and ultimately divorce. Well, that's not a win for anyone.
It is law professor Ralph Richard Banks, the book.
They are told Black men is all they can get. That's not the same as attracted. I mean, I think there is something to be said about attraction, but yeah, I do think that there is this sense that Black women believe that because of what they've been told consistently, that that's all they can get. In fact, men are very, 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 very upfront with these weird stats from OkCupid. They will be the first to come and drop stats about attractiveness. But let's continue. So with all that background, right, men made the system, men were literally in charge of the public sphere, and why did I say were? Men, by and large, are literally in control of the public sphere, right, in terms of setting the culture, in terms of creating law, executing the law. Like, at this point, I don't want to I don't want to belabor the point regarding who controls what. But let's hear, and after this, I'll open the panel up so we can have our discussion. So let's hear this man talks about Johnny Depp and Amber, and we're going to think about kind of what he's saying and why he's so fundamentally wrong. All right.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would, it could begin with a slap, it could begin with a shove, it could begin with, throwing a TV remote at my head, it could be throwing a glass of wine in my face.
All right. So let me say this. Remember when we watched The Ultimatum together and talked about it? You remember the conversation we had about The Ultimatum. And as a joke, I said, well, if I think her name is Alexis, don't quote me on that, and Hunter, again, don't quote me on any of their names, right? The couple that the man proposed to the woman in the beginning or whatever, right? I said, if the relationship between white women and white men were like this, I understand why the white manosphere exists and what their complaints are. Remember that? So great. I completely get it if that is what it is. The truth is, it's not that I don't care. It's I don't do research there. I mean, I do it for comparison's sake, but I don't really investigate the relationship between white men and white women, like as a sort of general matter, right? But if that is what it looks like, then I get why the white manosphere might have complaints. The relationship, however, between black men and black women does not in any way parallel the relationship between white men and white women. In fact, they are very diametrically opposed, right? So it is very important that we have that context to explain why it is that you cannot, as a black man, take on the trauma of Johnny Depp. You cannot, as a group that has the kind of resources that you have or lack the kind of resources that you lack, take on the traumas of Johnny Depp. Not only that, if it is to be believed by the men online, these women are soft, sweet, and submissive. We know, and I've seen white women come out vehemently opposed to these ideas around white womanhood. Asian women have come out vehemently opposed to these caricatures that these men are putting out there regarding their humanity, talking about these women as a collective or this, and this. It is short-sighted, it is narrow-minded, and it's also accepting a stereotype about a group of people that is not validated in any ways. But if we look to the small cases being put forward, if Amber Heard is an example of the kinds of women, if what is alleged against her is true, if she's emblematic of the kind of women black men get, then these women aren't submissive, right? I would go to the Florida case again, but I'm not here to cherry pick certain cases. Rather, I'm saying the broad understanding of all white women are this, and all black women are this, and all Asian women are this, does not hold. In fact, it definitely does not hold here. So what you should be talking about, right, is how this, well, if you want to take on the trauma, the idea that you should have chosen better comes to mind. Now, I would never tell the victim that they should choose better, but that seemed to be the common phrase for everything that black women experience coming out of the manosphere and coming out of these men. Well, you're a single mother, you should have chosen better. You're in DV, you should have chosen better, right? So why does that same logic not extend when a man is involved? I wouldn't agree with the statement because a victim is a victim is a victim. And if Johnny Depp is correct about his experience, then he is a victim of DV. And I do not for any second pretend like men cannot be victims of domestic violence. Now, is that what is happening generally? The answer is a no. But to take on to take on that kind of trauma as a Black man literally does not make sense. But let's hear him. Amber Heard negotiated access to live and free in three penthouse, as well as him paying for her Range Rover. The Black manosphere couldn't. No, like they're arguing about things that would not apply, would literally not apply to them. How can the woman from a dominant group be submissive to other race group of men who her people dominate? Where do non-white men get that they are some? I don't know, but white women have been coming out in numbers saying, "Hey, don't do this. This is ridiculous. You're disrupting my personhood." Because men have created a world where if a man gets abused, he's put into a woman's place, because traditionally men are supposed to be that abuser. They've created this world. Yeah, and they will remind you that they created the world, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And get ready to come on.
Hey, Johnny Depp is the martyr men needed today. Real shit. And I mean, as horrible as this situation is, as unfortunate as it is, man, it was low-key needed to just provide a glimpse, just a little glimpse of one of the many problems that a lot of men are struggling with today here in society that usually get no acknowledgement, right? Got Johnny Depp highlighting a lot of those struggles.
Johnny Depp struggle. Sorry. Is what a lot of men are going through. Really, you think, all right, let's go through. Let's hear it. Because the identification with these people just makes sense to me.
Man, and one of the biggest struggles is how society views men and women. Society often tends to view women as the victim and the man as the aggressor, regardless of circumstances, right? And that's what we're seeing take place right in front of us, man. And if it had not been for Johnny Depp saying, fuck this shit.
All right. Would you prefer for the world to see you as a victim or for the world to see you as strong? Now, it might be lost on certain men, because I think a lot of people actually want to be victims. Like, not just want to be viewed as victims. Like, a lot of people want to take on the victim mantle. Like, we are victims, every one of us. We've gone through something that made us a victim. The idea that you think being a victim is a positive in the society makes me think that you don't understand your role in society. Victimhood is not a badge of honor. You should not want to be a victim. The fact that the society sees women as victim is actually a problem. It is a problem when it comes to employment and promotion. It is a problem when it comes to political leadership and just leadership in general. If you are seen as a victim, you are generally not also seen as a leader. That you want to be seen as a victim is a problem. Like, I've never seen someone opine about the benefit of victimhood in this way. Like, you're sitting there and you're saying society already sees women as a victim. Now, in this very narrow context, I see why she would have a leg up if she's seen as a victim, because people are going to believe that he's abusive. But take that idea to the logical extreme and operate it in a society that values strength and value masculinity. It is actually a negative in the broader society. So while it is true that women are seen as, I wouldn't even say victims, but in the articulation of victimhood, what you mean to say is that women are seen as less than, as weaker, as incapable in comparison to men. That view of womanhood, while in this random case of a very rich man might seem like a negative for men, is ultimately a positive. It is a positive in job outcomes, economic outcomes, political outcomes, social outcomes. That's what it is. So the fact that you're crying that you're not seen as a victim is literally nonsensical. But let's continue.
Enough is enough. I'm about to sue this bitch for doing this to me. A lot of y'all will still be looking at this man like a monster, and clearly he's not. And what makes it worse is that all this information that's out there, all this evidence that's stacked up against Amber Heard still may not be enough. It still may not be able to bring Johnny Depp back to where he was, man. Like, the damage has been done. And some people are so emotionally attached to what they think took place that they're not going to allow Johnny Depp to get out that space. So he's going to have this type of vibe label around him for a lot of people, man. But he's doing his damnness to clean it up as best as he can. But it just highlights where we are, man. Think about if it would have taken place the opposite. Like, if Johnny Depp had made these claims, or if Johnny Depp had just came out and told everyone this is going on first, no one would have taken him serious. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You know what I mean? Just because of how society is presently constructed, man. And
if Johnny Depp came out and said this happened to him, no one would have believed him because of how society is constructed. Who constructed the society like that? Who told men that they had to be tough and not cry and not do this and not do that? Who told men that? The caricature of manhood that you now have to meet, which apparently no one is trying to meet anymore. They just pick and choose what women should do for the caricature that is female or woman, right? Who told men they had to fit that box? Who created these laws? Who were in charge of the execution of these laws? Who is in charge of interpreting these laws? Like, I get how narrow-minded people will look at this one situation and try to make it into something bigger than it is. I do appreciate the fact that men should be able to experience the full range of emotions and talk about their experiences, but you don't get to do that without acknowledging that the man you're identifying with ultimately is part of the group, not just whiteness, but of their socioeconomic status and power, who create the society that we now live in. So now you are somehow going to identify with that man and pretend like, okay, if I identify with him, I don't take on the fact that he literally created him, and people who look like him and have his resources literally created the society that we're in. And now you're crying about the society that we're in. Who created the society? Who made it so women can cry but men can't? Now, I heard you when you say you wanted to be treated like a woman. I think I'm dead wrong. I heard you when you said you wanted to be seen as a victim and soft and dainty and damselish, right? A victim, you called it, but that's what I see. If you want to be seen as that, then fine, go be seen as that. But understand that that view of you as someone who is incapable of intellectually engaging in meaningful discourse, of someone who is unable to do mathematics, of someone who is unable to lead, will have social, political, and economic consequences for you as a man. Oh, wait, Black manhood is seen in some of those lights.
Fucked, because this has done like substantial permanent damage to Johnny Depp's name, all from a bitch's lies. You know what I mean? I thought it was a patriarchy though, right? Like a system here built for like the man's advantage, but the lies.
So in a patriarchy, you don't understand how male men could be at a disadvantage too. A patriarchy that requires you to be the provider and protector does actually put you at a disadvantage. It does not disprove the reality of a patriarchy. In fact, if you're saying we're willing to believe women because women are seen as victims, it seems like we're playing the roles we're needing to play in a quote-unquote patriarchy. You are not disproving the existence of a patriarchy. I mean, let me calm down. I think what happens is the way he posits questions and attempts to challenge quote unquote hegemony, right? The way he does it, it's such a relaxed and self-assured way that for a lot of people who are not listening, they might actually think he's saying something when he's literally not adding anything meaningful to the discourse. Let's continue.
They tell. Maybe it was back, 100 years ago, but it ain't that way no more, man. It's definitely not that way anymore. And I don't want to make this a us versus them thing or a man versus woman thing. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear this part. What do you mean you don't want to make it a man versus woman? This is literally the context of the conversation we're having. I'm so confused. I'm so all right, period. It's not man versus woman, but it's not a patriarchy. And Amber Heard is of black women, and women are seen as victim, and men aren't seen as victim. And I'm advocating for men's life, but I don't want to make it a man versus woman thing. All right, period.
I mean, because I already know me highlighting men's struggles is gonna cause some viewers, some female viewers that have issues with that. It's like I don't want it to come across. I don't want it to come across seeming like the struggles women have don't matter. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just trying to bring a highlight. I'm trying to bring focus on the issues that men have today. And the fact that I need to even clean that up right there should speak volumes. But real shit, man, like I just give you hypotheticals, man. And speaking in generalities for the majority, right? Just hypotheticals. Domestic violence call to the police is made. They respond to a house, man and a woman. No injuries, no major injuries. Maybe there may be even injuries to the man, no injuries to the woman. Police hear both sides of the story. You can't figure out who is the aggressor. The majority of the time, who are the police taking to jail? A woman cries the R word, the grape word, right? And not to shit on the actual times that takes place, but regardless, initially, no matter what the circumstances, right? If that claim is made, who is automatically the victim, who is automatically the aggressor, whether.
So I think he completely disregard the fact that women aren't actually believed when it comes to the R word. I'm not even going to do this. He missed the whole movement that came up because of women not being believed. He just completely missed that whole movement. But let's continue. These people just want to whine and cry. That's essentially what they want to do.
They're guilty of it or not. And in those circumstances that the man is proven to be innocent, can he ever get away from that label? Will his life ever be the same? What else? Couple splits up, divorced, right? The majority of the time, who is the court going to side with? Who's going to come out? Who's going to have to come out their pocket? Who's going to have to give up their house? Who's going to have to pay alimony?
Okay, so step all the way back. What do you mean give up the house? What percentage of us own homes? Alimony. Who is paying alimony? Who has that resources? Right? He's talking about generalities now, right? The fact that you think child support is a negative is literally a problem. A system that is created to make the woman the caregiver is not one that disadvantages the man. Unless you want to argue that men generally want their children, paying child support is literally the bare minimum. So this is so funny. I think he thinks he's killing it with these hypotheticals. I think he thinks he's just destroying y'all's logic. I'm pretty sure he thinks he's just killing the game right now with these logic. I hate when people try to invoke the false accusation argument when false accusations are not even significant in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, 60% of Black women are violated before they leave their home. This is before 18, I believe it was. And that is only from those who report it. And I personally know 2 women who've been violated who did not report it because they literally, not because they didn't think they were going to be believed or anything like that, but because they didn't want to put a quote unquote good Black man in prison. The issue is, if he good if he sexually violated you? Is he good? It is my mission to get these people to talk, but I can't put them out there if they don't want to. But I will stand beside them when they do. They always think they're dropping super deep knowledge. No, it's very annoying because he's like doing it and leaning back in his chair as if he said something profound. And it's like, any person who is thinking about what you're thinking, even if men who agree with you, right, would say, sir, no, I don't want to be viewed as a victim. No, the idea that I pay child support is not the issue, right? Like the fight, men's right movement have a fight. And I'm not going to ignore this. This whole father by default thing is not cute. Absolutely no reason why a man should be subject to paying for a child because their name is on the birth certificate, even if they're not the child's father, because a woman just decided to put their name there. Fight about that. I will march with you. I will literally march with you. I think it's only legal in one state to do that now, but I will march with you, men, against that, because that's not cute. That is not cute. It is not cute for a woman to cheat on you and then you have to pay spousal support after filing divorce because she cheated on you. I don't care. That is my sort of barometer. If you're the one who did something wrong, you shouldn't get anything. But those are very specific cases. These aren't the fight. This is not the fight that you are paying child support for a child you do not see and have to take care of. You don't emotionally care for the child. You're not physically caring for the child. You're not caring for the child in any meaningful way outside of financially. And even then, some of you only pay $50 a week, which you literally cannot buy anything for the child. So the fact that you guys will sit online and pretend like child support is such a huge thing for men is ridiculous to me. Take care of the child you help spawn.
Who's going to get the kids? Who's going to have to pay child support? 9 times out of 10, the man or the woman. Say a woman strikes a man physically. I could just say that. Say a woman strikes a man physically. What is a man supposed to do? Does he respond? Does he retaliate physically?
Call the police. If a man strikes a woman should call the police. If a woman strikes a man, call the police. I don't know. Hey, Ricky, I don't understand why he thinks this is such a huge issue. If you are being abused, report the abuse. I don't actually care. But if you are upholding patriarchal values, you might not want to call it, but that is a you problem. Like I literally don't understand why. What are you? If a man strikes a woman, what should the woman do? Call the police. If a woman strikes a man, what? Call the. Girl, you're a feminist, and it's fine.
And if he does, then how does that dynamic change? Right? And I say all that to say, I'll let y'all answer that shit y'all said. I'm talking about in generalities and for the majority. All these like circumstances, these hypotheticals I'm providing, these are like substantial things that are going to affect one's life, man. Your freedom, your money, your family, your name, your reputation. Like what is more, like how much worse can that get? And so all I'm saying not all I'm saying, what I'm saying is that society, the government tends to favor the women in all these circumstances.
Who is society? Who is the government? Please talk up. Please let us know. I don't understand what you mean. Please explain to me. Please provide evidence. Please do something else besides just sitting back and pretending like you're saying you're dropping wisdom.
At least initially, right? I mean, and if men were to bring focus on that fact, we get looked at as crazy because we can't be the victim, right? And subconsciously, in motherfuckers' eyes, we can't be the victims. But men are constantly victims in circumstances like this, but it's never highlighted, right? Because the women are always the victims, and then they're always the victims even when they're not the victims. And then you have women take advantage of the fact that this dynamic exists. If you follow me enough, you know I'm always out here advocating for men's rights, man. And like, I'm sorry this is happening in Johnny Depp, but I'm also glad it's happening because it's going to bring attention to what needs to be focused on. But I don't want people to just look at this like a variable, like an outlier. Like, this doesn't tend to happen a lot. When it does, I mean, not specifically with the crazy motherfucker like Aaron.
This does not happen a lot to Black men. It's a lie. This does not happen a lot to Black men. I don't know. You don't have the kind of resource for this to happen to you. Like, it is what it is. We do not.
Heard, even though there's a lot of women out there that move like that, but it highlights where we are in society and how people automatically looked at Johnny Depp like he's the one that fucked up when clearly it was her. She took advantage of it and cried wolf, claim victim, and there a lot of people bought that shit hook, line, and sinker, man. And that's what I'm trying to convey here, bro. I mean, men need their rights advocated for. I mean, just like everybody else, just like all these other groups need their rights advocated for. It ain't fair. You know what I mean? Y'all see me fuck.
Men need their rights advocated for. I'm going to say a hard pass on that one. And the reason is, unless you are going to accept that there is a difference between you and the men making the rules in society, advocacy is not what you need. Now, if you point out the distinction between you and the men making the rules in society, then yeah, I would agree. You need to advocate on your behalf, but your advocacy is not against women. The issue with men, Black men in society, is not an issue that needs to be laid at the feet of women. If you believe you're in a system that is destructive, not just to your image, but to your personhood, then you have a right to go petition, fight, advocate on behalf of yourself and your group against that system. But you don't have the right to pretend like women somehow are the reason you exist the way that you exist. Unless, and this is so hard because what you're doing is you're taking a white woman's experience of the world, right? A white woman who, yes, they believe the idea that white women are believed is something that has been discussed through history. In particular to this is the white woman's victimization of themselves in relation to Black men and the ultimate execution of Black men who did nothing to these women, but some of which did experience sexual favor from them consensually, who then turned and said it was rape. And you were victims in that way. So unless you're willing to accept that there is a distinction between you and the people who make the laws and execute the laws, then you don't get to cry. But even if you create that distinction, which is a racial distinction, the gender distinction does not put Black women as the oppressor. It just doesn't. It literally doesn't. White women and Black men are the collectors, are the same in society, neither held accountable or responsible in their respective race. There's a video that I won't reference the creator's name that actually talks about this that I thought was actually very, very well done. There was not a lot of research, but a lot of opinion, but the opinions were predicated in research that the person probably didn't have access to. But confidence with love, thank you. So why And this is just one person because I couldn't mock through all of it. And a lot of the people who cover this, the lead attorney included, I was not going to play him here, but the way in which they're talking about this seem to suggest that feminism is to be blamed for their position, right? Feminism is to be blamed for Amber Heard, and feminism is bad. Now, without accepting, and these are the part that annoys me more than any other is these are Black men, and they're speaking about the Black experience and Black men's experience of the world as akin to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And I'm not quite sure if they're saying the relationship between Black men and Black women is mirrored by the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I'm not sure if that's what they're saying, but that would be hugely incorrect. That if they're saying Black men's experience is going to be similar to Johnny Depp when they date white women, then okay, maybe you have an argument, but that shouldn't even be the argument. The argument should probably be, well, if they're going to drag white men like that, imagine what's going to happen to Black men if they decide to engage in with an Amber Heard, right? Like that's the conversation that should happen. But as Ralph Richard Banks, Professor Ralph Richard Banks explains when he talks about giving up the good fight, I would go beyond the kind of interpersonal relationship in dating choice to a much broader understanding of the system. And this is why I do not believe in being a feminist that you can truly be happy if you are willing to make your private sphere a part of the public sphere. Everything that you do having political consequences means that even if not your sadness in the actual decision you make, it is the amount of brain power that is required to make a decision when you're not contemplating just your happiness, but the happiness of an entire group. Right? When you make who you are a political stance, right? When you make the decisions you make a political decision, then everything private becomes public. And that is a burden that I don't think Black women should carry anymore. Now, again, not telling you what to do, I'm telling you what I believe the reality is. And that reality is a lifelong sort of journey of pure pain if you carry with you the burden of the community. So that's why I think Black women should let it go. You can pick it up if Black men decide to pick it up, and you can decide to help if you want to help. But I think you've carried it a lot, so I would advocate for making the private private again and the public public again. And you can decide to engage with the public how you want, but also take care to protect your sort of self and your agency and the process of self-actualization as a very personal and private experience where you get to make decisions about who to love, where to work, where to get educated, all of that. You get to make that decision. You get to make that decision on your own without the burden of the community and carrying the community. That's the argument that I want to make here. Because if Black men, and I'm not saying all, but particularly in the video we just see, identifies with white men in a system that feminists, Black feminists, see as destructive to Black people's experience, then you might be left alone to fight that fight where your counterparts are identifying with men who create and perpetuate the system. That is a really heavy load for you to carry. And I would not wish that on not even my worst enemy. The error in your argument, Themis, is that whatever women do is already political within a patriarchy. Actually, so Angela Davis actually agrees with you. I disagree. And I don't disagree in the sense that what you do privately does not have political consequences. I disagree in that when I say make something private again, I say do not care about the reverberation of your actions outside of your private life. Yes, there will be consequences to your action. And when I say consequence, I don't mean necessarily bad. I mean that you make the decision that is best for you, and you don't think about the impact on the community, whether or not people are going to accept it or not accept it, agree with it or not agree with it, whether people might call you a traitor or whatever it is. And you make the decision as a private decision, and you do not take the calculation of the community into the mind when you make that decision. That's what I mean by it. I do think the private is fundamentally public because it's from the private sphere that the public sphere exists. A community, a society only exists where there are people in there. So it has to be individual people coming together to create a society. So the private is necessarily public. But for this discourse, what I'm talking about when I say private versus public, it is the amount of mental energy that goes into making a decision. But you are correct that the private is necessarily the public. If you go through, this is The Meaning of Freedom, The Meaning of Freedom by Angela Davis. She breaks down the public-private dichotomy, and she actually makes the argument that the private is actually public, but a feminist would make that argument. Now, I want to open the panel up. Oh my God, we are right on time. This is good. This is why you should have an agenda. Still don't follow any of my notes, but that's neither here nor there. But I do like that I have an outline because period, right on time. All right, let us come in and have this discussion regarding the public-private. Let me pin this so that we can talk. Kat.
Oh, hi, Feminist. I'm sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me? Okay, very good. So I think that, so at first I want to say that I remember from a past life, you did ask us to point out to you when you make assumptions. And I want to point out an assumption that I think you're making right now. Can you hear me? Okay. So I think there's an assumption that the last super duper alpha male that just spoke is sort of like conceptualizing a relationship with a Black woman. So again, I'm not into the manosphere or red pill type content, but there's a look for men who exclusively are interested in white women, and he fits that criteria, at least in my head. So I think that's the assumption you're making here, that he is coming from, making sort of like this analysis, and sort of like comparing that to, how a Black woman, sort of like comparing Amber Heard to a Black woman. I don't think that's what's happening.
No, that is not what is happening. I listened to I listened to a ton of them, and I used him because he was more succinct, right? But he was speaking in a way that mirrors that of the lead attorney, the roommates, like literally everyone in the manosphere that covered it. I don't think the roommates did. But the lead attorney, he was mirroring what they were saying. So I used him as an example, and he might be talking specifically about his relationship to white women, but the general consensus about the group is not talking about white. Like, it would be nice if they like create that distinction, and so white women could deal with that and talk about how they're wrong or right. I don't know, I don't care. But in the way that they're talking about it, in the Black manosphere, the Black side of YouTube, it's speaking very generally. And it's funny because they don't speak generally about women when they talk about attractiveness, submission. They don't say women, they point out specific kinds of women,
Agreed.
right?
Yes.
But when they're talking about this, somehow they're like, women. No,
Well,
no, 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 no.
well,
You need,
I think it's similar to how they also have a propensity to bastardize data. I think they do the same thing with historical facts, and I think they do the same thing with social facts. So when it applies, when it's convenient, they are able to very easily generalize points, generalize, data, demographics, or whatever you may have. But when it doesn't fit their, whatever they're pushing or whatever their thought processes are, then they have to make that distinction because that's the only way they're able to align it to their thought and market it to their targeted audience. Yeah. So I think that's what he's doing. And I think that's why they're so easily able to sort of like identify themselves with men like Jeff Bezos. It was the same reaction they had when this guy was going through that whole divorce, that Microsoft guy. What's his name again? I don't remember. And I'm like, but you make 42,000. Yes, Bill Gates. I'm like, you literally on average make $42,000 a year. Like, what are you talking about? Like, whose alimony are you paying? Like $20 a month? I don't understand.
She gets the house. What house? I literally thought welfare took black men out of the home. So what home are we talking about?
Can I piggyback off that?
Yeah. Wait, before you go, thank you, Kat. Was that Love? Love, was that you?
I wanted to piggyback off that. Off black men, basically, claiming to identify with white men when it's convenient. Through my research, researching Audre Lorde, I found that, around the 1970s, early 80s, I think in the Boston area, a lot of black women were getting raped and they were getting killed, right? And a lot of the black men were blaming it on race and saying, hey, this is a racial issue. And Audre Lorde, she actually, came out and said, like, no, this is an issue that black women are having with not only just white men, but black men as well. I think she actually said in one of her poems, I think black women haunt the streets of the black male streets or something like that. Black women's deaths haunt the streets, black male streets or something like that. And so I think that, to the point of the last person that spoke, they only claim it when it's convenient for them. And when it's time to point the finger at them and take accountability, they're like, no, this is a race issue. It's all of us, And with Audre Lorde, I really like her point is because she's like, look, we can be in this fight together, but as long as at the end of this fight, we all get what we want. And in order for us to get what we all want at the end of the day, we have to be able to recognize each other's differences. And I think that is exactly that's what we lack in the black community.
The funny thing is, it's unfortunate, and I'm pretty sure this is the reality. Most men who object to black feminism have never read Black Feminist thought. I am 97% sure that most men who object to black feminists have never, ever read Black Feminist thought. Because to read it, like, if you don't want to take accountability for your action, then period. I get that. But to read it is to understand that black feminists and intersectional feminists are literally out there fighting for you. When we saw Sister Soldier just now, that is the quintessential, I don't know if she identifies as a feminist, but that is a quintessential sort of black feminist and intersectional feminists. They are not fighting about women's rights solely. In fact, for most of them, women's rights actually is secondary to what they fight, which is like racism, classism, and they talk about how it intersects with like gender issues, right? So it doesn't. I think they should give up. I think they should, and not just give up for forever, But like, I think these men calling for these things should feel what they're calling for like even for 10 years, for a decade. Give them a decade of what they want. Go be the provider. I will not work. But I mean, your livelihood will severely diminish. Like your access to resource would severely diminish. But if only to get them to understand that what they're asking for is not something that is sustainable on their end, I would give it to them, because they're crying about a system that tells men to not cry and see women as victim, not realizing how they benefited from the system. Yet they're telling women that they need to adhere to their roles within said system. So in the structure that you are fundamentally rejecting because women are seen as victim and you want to be seen as victim, in that structure, you are still telling women to submit to you, to be soft, sweet, and all of that stuff. But you don't want to adhere to your roles? No, absolutely not. But yeah, thank you, love. Let me let you finish before we go. Are you good? You're muted, love. If you are talking, you're muted. All right.
Hi. I don't even think that they even really understand Black men, what intersectionality is. I think they're completely ignorant to that idea. And the reason why you know that is because they constantly say Black men have it harder out here than anybody. When actually no. If you have a just even a small concept, small idea of what intersectionality is.
You're gone out. I don't know what's happening. All right, there are more people behind the scenes. I will add them in a moment, but because you guys are on camera, I just wanted to add everyone who is on camera before. But I see you, Kiara, Marcus, and Electric. All right, go ahead, Vitamin.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Davis.
Hey, how are you?
Good. You're giving posture.
Period.
What she just said, she said they aren't they don't care about intersectionality, or she said something about intersectionality, they don't understand it. And I don't think, no, they don't understand it, but they don't even care to understand it because they don't care about intersectionality.
Wait. Sally Hemings, go to bed. Go to bed. I cannot with you. Sorry, that was a callback to a live from Yanni with this man. Go ahead.
They don't care about intersectionality. They care about advantage. They care about having an advantage over someone. So when you're talking about intersectionality, you're talking about, a win for everybody or a win for more than one person. And I've had conversations with men throughout my life. And I had a recent conversation with a young man that I know very well, where I was hearing this same theme. And it was funny that you had this as a subject, because I was actually ruminating on it, about how like they being men tend to have such a disdain or distaste for the ideas of like innocence or naivete. So whereas when someone is innocent or naive, it's kind of like, oh, you know, that is a horrible thing to be. Whereas people who do, dirt, who are predatory, they kind of look at them and exalt them. And in that conversation I was having with that person, they basically said, like, in this world, in order to be successful, you need to have power. And the only way to have power is, kill or be killed, or be the one who is, they literally said, like, would you rather be a victim or a victimizer? And I'm just like, I don't want to be either. There are, there's an option C, you know what I mean? But in this world where they are admiring, the master, they want it. And so they can't see, it's just like tunnel vision. They can't see any outcome where it's like, okay, let's think about everybody and let's everybody have good stuff. Let's everybody be safe. Let's everybody have everything that they need. It's literally this thing of, I want to be, king of the hill. And so in that sense, nobody's really going to be safe, because they're even when you're trying to work with them, they're always going to go, wait a minute, you're a little too, you need to be down here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Jay Daniels, what's the number I would like to call in? It's not a number. There is a link at the top of the page, off the top of the comment. Just click that link and it should send you in. I'm kind of curious actually as to what it is that you have to say. All right. I'm with you, Vitamin. Go ahead. Oh, Love went off camera. I'm going to put everyone on. I like the people on camera first. Like I like seeing faces. So anyway, go ahead, Tiff.
Ooh, famous. So first of all, can you hear me? Because the last time I had mic issues, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I found him exhausting. Like, just the commentary alone was exhausting. You are nowhere near Johnny Depp status. I think the Johnny Depp conversation is like super sad, but I also believe in like karma and energy. And the fact that, sir, you had 2 kids with the woman that you were with for 14 years, made this statement of, oh, we don't need anything legalized. She was 22. He was 45 when they got married. You did the starter wife thing. And unfortunately, you married somebody that, you know, whatever diagnosis they gave old girl, in the fact of like, she just played the game. She saw a lollipop and she licked it. And then to see all of these Black men, like, first of all, millions of dollars were missing. Most of you don't have millions of dollars to miss. And then to try to put yourself in this certain, like, he had penthouses that her girlfriends were living in for free. They had property in the Bahamas that people were going to. My good sir, we just saw where a man tested a woman for $100. You are not in the same situation. So why are we even doing, like, why are you putting yourself anywhere near it? And I hate to say it, but it's like, I particularly believe that I don't think that Black men want equal rights. I think that they want the right to oppress Black women like white people. They want the right to, as Vitamin said, push us down. You don't want to get together and build. You don't want to make the society better. You want the right to oppress Black women like a white man. The difference is the white man controls the water, the electricity, the land, the income, the economy. You don't have that kind of power. So you don't get to come on here with all of this gravitas like, oh, we're the one who's building. Sir, you haven't built since you was a slave. I hate to say it, but what are you building? What you ain't built since, oh, we don't want to build Rosebud because anything we build is going to be burnt down. You ain't built nothing. So this whole, we're building, we're the men. Nah, bruh. The only people that are continuing to build, just statistically, are Black women. And you don't like us? Okay, cool. But stop whining. It's the whining for me. Like, it's just this constant whining.
Same.
And I mean, even from what, maybe 4 or 5 lives back, where you asked, like, who are the leaders? And the man was like, well, both of us. Well, if it's both of us, why do you want this submission? Because submission happens very naturally. I'm a married woman. We practice hypergamy. I can tell you right now, I don't light bill what? I don't know what it is. Cable bill, I don't know those things. Now, I'm in my husband's office because he knows that this is my gig. I get to Friday nights, I'm going to get on things. But I guarantee you, every inch of this house is clean. You don't even have the economic status to be hypergamous. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we literally saw a whole grown man talk about, well, I'm testing her. I don't get tested in this house. I just ordered, hey, can you, before you get home, go get my robe from Target? Because I need a new robe. that is a very different thing. So I'm just like, you're not a Johnny Depp. You're not practicing hypergamy. You want to do 50-50. And at 50-50 means I have just as much say as you do. I can pull and say whatever I want to. Now, when you pay the cost to be the boss, we can rearrange and see how things kind of shake out. But until then, cut it out. Like, it's a bunch of foolishness. I just cannot believe this man literally tried to put himself with Johnny Depp, who made $95 million for the first Pirates. Okay, sir, you have $95 million? That's what you're sitting on right now?
And are you white?
You don't have the privilege. Like, you do know. Oh, Truth Teller's here. She looks beautiful. Like, it's irritating. It's very, very irritating. Like, you want, yes, Erica, the math is a math, and like, you just do not.
Wait. Well, pause. Jay Daniels, please click that link. You do not get to sit in the chat and not come up here and share your wisdom with us.
Let me ask a question. No,
wait,
this is a good thing. Before you go there, when he's talking about how many Black men have performed a background search, how many men have performed a background search? Because if you skeet and loose and goose, I mean, you make the babies. So
let me just say,
to make sure that the woman that you are deciding to lay with unprotected, that she's going to be a good mom, that she has the resources, that she has the tools to be able to mother, that she has the tools to be able to bring up this child in a good home. Why is
I need to make this announcement because people keep coming on and the thing is full now. If you're not on screen, I apologize. I'm going to remove you from the backstage. You guys can come back, but I want to clear up space. If you're coming on, please stop coming. I want to clear space for Mr. Daniels because he might have a ton of wisdom that I am not privy to. And obviously, this is a space where all are welcome once they enter in good faith. Please stop coming on. It's
what is a background check gonna do? Because
no. Wait, do not argue with this prompt. He does not get the right to even speak to you guys unless he comes up here. So please let him come on. Chesh or Cat, are you Mr. Daniels? No, you're not. Well, moderators, please do what you need to do because I don't see him. And yeah, how many Black men have employment to verify their? Yeah, you're not gonna do this. Y'all are not gonna do this.
I'll let LB or Truth Teller or whoever else go next, but I'm just gonna say this: like, I think a lot of people get pregnant very young. When I had my son, I was 17. I was in high school. What was I vetting? I had a child by somebody else who was in high school with me. So what was there to vet? He was a great high school boyfriend. We were together for years.
Well, I want to know how you vet someone too, right? Like, even if you do a background check, the military does the background check, the police did the background check, the nursing community, the bar did the background check. These men went out and did atrocious things, even after passing a background check. Done by some of the most sophisticated systems in existence. So those systems can't do it and catch them. I want to know, Kat, I want to say thank you, but like, you do not be dragging tonight. Go ahead, Tiff.
Here's what I will say. I don't want people to give up because I know the topic is like, should we give up the good fight? I don't think so, and I don't want to sound like I'm climbing up the mountain, but I will say this. I do believe that there are good Black men out there. I don't even think that there are good Black men out there that are what do we want to say, anomalies. I think personally, someone like yourself, someone like a LB or a truth teller, it's Friday and you guys are doing live streams and you're doing things for the community. So there's a good Black man somewhere that's doing something for the community, and because both parties are busy, you don't find each other. It's the person that's like kind of lading around that doesn't have anything to do that kind of sneaks in. But I really feel like there is a person out there. It's just the fact that you're either working so hard, you're studying so hard, you have so much to do that it's a misalignment. But as far as giving up hope, I would hope not. However, I will say, as Deanne said, like, I'm not a divester, but I do think that people maybe should consider swirling. But I also want to say, like, for every Black woman that's on this panel, even though I know there's more Black women than men, there are still good Black men out there. But if he's a productive citizen, is he really going to be on this stream? Is he really going to be available to see what's happening? Because he may be with a youth group. He may be doing something volunteering.
Are you telling me that the Black men watching here ain't it?
No. Because KD's super nice. I don't know. Mr. Petty's kind of young for our demographic, but I've seen some really nice guys. And I mean, even though you know what I'm saying, like, he's got a little dusting to do. And I know you don't believe in that. I saw that look. We're not gonna, like when we talked about Zay, I know you don't believe in us taking on projects.
Period.
I do believe that there are some very mature Black men that may not know where to seek and search, and also mature Black women that may not know where to seek and search.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think, though, before you date them, you should wait for them to mature.
Absolutely. I'll push mute and let the next person go.
No, yeah. So you misread the room. Themis protects the space he provides. Don't bring that here. Period. Concern. I actually am very annoyed. And Mr. I don't know if you are Mr. actually. Daniels, I wish you would come up because, all right, wait, let me see. Here he is. If anyone watches Moon Knight, only the goddess Amid. I've actually watched 2 episodes. I'm going to get back into it. I like superheroes with powers, not like fighting, physical, like whatever. Most of these lovely ladies are fat, have children, or double-digit, but block him. Please block him, because if you don't get to speak in the chat, if you don't, this is what I don't get, right? All these people, and I would respond to him. Don't block him yet, actually. If you haven't blocked him yet, don't block him yet. I don't understand this. These men, I'm pretty sure this person is overweight too. Usually they're the first one who goes to overweight. But these people tend to come on and they do all this chatting in the chat box, but they can never come up to talk, to have their ideas challenged. And I think the reason they don't do this is because they know how inarticulate, how nonsensical they are. And when they're outside of their bubble, things really go down, right? Because now you are expected to defend yourself. It's interesting. I'm going to talk about an interview that I had. So I went to recruit for this thing that I was a part of, right? My first real job. And I went into the room with the candidates, and it was mostly Black women, but there was one Black guy who walked in the room. He was big and like buff and muscular. And he comes in and he just has the charisma for the gods, right? He didn't know who I was. I literally went in there to like kind of be a private investigator for the company. And he's like in there just like commanding the room, chatting and laughing and like just really expressing. And you could say he controlled the room, right? And I was like, So I went back in and I'm writing my report and telling them like, This guy, let's call him Taylor. Taylor is great. He is charismatic. He talks to people. He seems to be in control of the room, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm going to fight for this man to come be a part of the company now, because it looks like he was the one that, like, he looked like he would fit, right? And obviously the women would already be in. So I'm ready to advocate. He comes into the interview. Whoever that guy was out there that was super confident just shut down. Now, I was the only Black interviewer, right? There were 5 of us, and I was the only one that was Black. So there was like all white men and me. And he sat down in front of us. And when I say that man turned into like he didn't get the job. There was no way I could advocate for him after that. He literally just like diminished under the gaze. I'm assuming under the white gaze. And this is very sort of reminiscent of that moment where these people feel so comfortable behind the keyboard. Like, if you're that comfortable, come on and be that comfortable here. Don't code switch and make it so that you don't have the confidence to do what you need to do. Like, I looked at the 6'5" man, I don't know how tall he was, and just how he diminished under this. Like, I was like, where is... He couldn't form sentences. He could not engage meaningfully. He didn't hear the questions. He had to like ask to repeat like, it was just like, at this point, sir, I can't save you. Like, it's you and your lack of confidence for me. And so this is what this man is giving me right now. And it's very annoying. You can't come in that hot and not be able to like fight and come up and do what you need to do. So you're annoying me. Themis and Thoth, I think public versus private fight is a false dichotomy. There are lots of ways to fight the good fight. What is more important is the right strategy for each person. I don't know if we disagree. Nothing you said there is contradictory to my position. But you can definitely come up and explain. All right, let's go truth teller and then LB.
Okay. LB was up before me, so she wanted to go. I'm okay to wait.
All right.
He doesn't want me to go.
No, I don't care which one goes first.
It doesn't matter. I just wanted to ask if you could put the comment back up for a second.
Oh, I don't remember where that went.
It's okay. Then never mind. You could go ahead, truth teller, because I was just gonna comment on the comment.
That foolish comment.
Yeah.
I know. I was like,
I
wait,
remember
what?
enough of it. My main thing was, did he say that like it was something about public versus private being a false dichotomy? I'm like, what is there outside of public or private? Because they're like polar opposites. So like either it is or it isn't.
I mean, this is coming out of like the Frankfurt School. This is like German sociology, Frankfurt School, the book, The Structure of Transformation of the Public Sphere. I mean, you can argue with those philosophers and learned sociologists about the public-private dichotomy and whether it should exist and whether the line is too blurred to say it exists. That's not my debate. That is definitely not my debate.
I'm familiar with that because I studied German philosophy, but like my thing is still like we're living in reality. Like I'm thinking in functional terms, like in the reality that we've all accepted as reality. We live in a world where it is public.
I mean, it's like someone saying there is no such thing as truth. All right, we're not going to talk right now unless we're willing to go.
About the comment though, I was just like, why?
Yeah, unless we're going to go into the sort of philosophical framework of truth and what it means, and we're not going to do it. The only truth that we know is that we're a thinking thing. We're not even humans. Like, let's not do it.
Not philosophy 101.
Go ahead. I'm actually really annoyed that Danielle is not on. Like, it is really annoying.
Right, back up whatever it is you're saying. Like, that's the thing I don't get is like the cowardice of Black men is just it's confusing to me because it's like actually maybe what it's there's a performative masculinity that they have in terms of the swag and like the whole thing and like the street cred. And there's like this illusion of strength that's primarily predicated upon physicality and sexual prowess, as opposed to what truly makes a man, right? And so Black men's masculinity is constructed upon sinking sand, is really what it comes down to. And then when they get put to the test, like the example that you gave of that man that went into a room, like, so his stature is physically imposing, right? Because he was a tall guy or what have you. And so this is a thing, it's like that I'm discovering. I'm like, wait, someone really coward for true. Like, you're just afraid. Like, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, on the one hand, like, it's like these two things that are happening, like, at the same time, where on the one hand, because of racism, partly, like, there's a narrative generally within society and people who don't really know Black people and Black men, that they are to be feared because they are physically stronger and tall and imposing and what have you. But to see when, you know, they have the opportunity to do something and stand up for something and stand up for the Black family and stand up for Black women and stand up and build and challenge the structure, they sort of like retreat into like, I don't even know what, right? But you see women going out there on the forefront, and with everything that happened with the protests and everything that's like that, it's women that were the leaders of it. And whatever you may think of it now and how it's falling apart or what have you, Black women have always been there and have always been at the forefront of challenging the systems. When, as we've discussed, we still live in a largely patriarchal society. And so therefore, Black men are just not standing up to the mantle to which they have been called as men. They're only doing that marginally in terms of like, again, like I said, like physicality and like in that sort of manner, but in terms of like actual meaningful things that need to be done in terms of like building, they have failed street and lane time and time again. And it's, you know, and it's disheartening and it's sad. But again, like I said, the last lives that I had, Black men are going to have to challenge other Black men to rise to the occasion. Black women cannot do it for them. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. So ultimately, you know, what I have observed, and I think, Tiff, I agreed with like everything that you had said before. What I have observed is Black women have tried, and then we've tried, and we've encouraged, and we stood by the men, even to our own detriment. Like the story that you told earlier, Themis, which is so foolish, that the woman didn't report something that happened to her because she doesn't want to, like, you know. And actually, I recall, sadly, having a conversation about this in high school, believe it or not, about not reporting. Black women do underreport incidences of like abuse, domestic abuse and otherwise, because we don't want to, you know, get a good Black man in the system. So we have sacrificed innumerably over and over. And what do we get for it? Nothing. We get ungratefulness. We get denigration. We get disloyalty. That is what we have gotten. And how do I know this? As I've expressed to you before, I have had way too many incidences with non-Black women, namely white, conversations, and I do not afraid to talk to anybody. That's number one. Small as I may be, I do not fear no man. Period. Black, white, indifferent, big, taller than me, like, I will take you on. Because I stand by the courage of my convictions. Period. So
yeah, and I feel like that's it. Like, I wish people would stand by the courage of their conviction. I wish people would, like, it bothers me so much because, like, I wanted him to come on, not just to drag him, but it just reminded me very specifically of that moment where it's like, how do you cower? Like, literally, no one in the room can physically touch you. Mm-hmm. Like, they are actually probably afraid of you in the room, and you come in the room embarrassing me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, that's why I find that it's so. So that's why now I'm beginning to like to it's performative. It's just a show. It's a facade. It's not real. Do you know what I mean? But the irony is that you can transform that. You can overcome that. But what I'm saying is, again, they have to choose to do it, because it's not, white people are just people still at the end of the day. That's the other thing too I've shared with you before. Like, one of the best things that could have happened to me is living half my life in Jamaica and then another part of it in Canada, and being around. Canada is a largely white nation. And although where I live in the GTA, the Greater Toronto area, is more multiculturally diverse. And so I've been friends with people from all walks of life, every country almost you can name in the world. I've interacted with, worked with, had conversations with these people. And one of the greatest things that I've taken from it, and particularly spending a lot of time with white folk, is that they're just people. You know what I mean? So I don't have any fear for them. I don't think they're innately, even though they try to spread that narrative in society that they're innately better than other races of people, because no, that's not true. Let me tell you right now, that ain't true.
Yeah. Let's go to Kat.
Hi, Themis. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
It's a bit off, but if you do it quickly, we can hear.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
No, that is worse. But do it quickly.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, completely gone now. It's completely gone. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kiara.
Hi, Themis. Thank you for having me back on. I had a couple things to say, and back to what Tiffany was saying earlier.
Wait, before you go, someone is at the door. LB, can you take over for 2 seconds? Yeah, so go ahead, Kiara.
Okay, so back, like, I'm married to a black.
You're cut out if you can hear us.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, what I was saying was, I'm married to a black man, and I feel like he had a lot of stuff going on with himself internally due to him being a black man and him being a father and a husband. His parents was never married. His relationship that his parents had outside of his dad, they were not married. He never experienced marriage in his entire life. It wasn't my job to get him to realize he needed to mature emotionally. And I feel like the only time us black women needs to step up and do that is when we give birth to our sons, not when we want to have a relationship and basically want them to grow up on our time, basically.
Yeah, he has perfect timing.
Wait, was Kiara done?
Did you want to know what happened?
Yes, please.
Pretty well. Did you want to repeat a little bit, or do you want me to?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so could y'all understand what I was saying? Because people saying this sounds off.
So pretty much what I got from what you were saying is that a lot of times black women will like pick up black that sounds so horrible. Okay, a lot of times we have wounded bird syndrome, where we like to like go find the little wounded bird and like kill them and make them better so that they could be the man that they need to be with a woman like we usually are. And pretty much what you were saying from that is that you feel like the responsibility to nurture a man should only be between like a mother and a son. So like a mother can nurture her son into becoming a well-adjusted man, but you shouldn't be picking up grown men and trying to adjust them to life in society.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not just talking about the mother, I'm talking about the father as well, because it's their duty to make sure they can handle their emotional traumas without having another woman that did not raise him to pick up the slack.
Yeah, gotcha. says, Stevenson thought I was referring to the idea that Black women as a whole should disregard public or political consideration. Black women should be empowered and equipped to fight on either front as is most strategic for them. I do accept that they should have the capacity to. My thing is, I don't like the idea of making the private public. I make the private public, but it is daunting. And I don't think anyone should, any woman should. I think men should, because I'm no longer a feminist. So there's a distinction. What can you, why? So this is something we say in Jamaica. It's a game, but it's very annoying. What can you do, Punchinella, little fellow? It's he's being annoying. I'm not even going to say thank you to Dean.
That's funny.
Can someone read Themis's latest blog post? Oh, you guys are so sweet. I like that. Actually, if you come up, Erica, you can read it. I'll find it and you can read it. Thank you, Kiara. Go ahead, Concerned.
First of all, I wanted to piggyback on that because I really like when Erica reads. Like, she has a great reading voice, as well as she pauses at good places. So Erica, if you would, that'd be really cool. Just saying. What I wanted to contribute is that why is it that the first thing that these guys always go to is the physical to kind of make you feel less womanly, but they're so protective. And I mean, we know that they're hypocrites. Like, it's just, I don't think they understand the range of how hypocritical they are. And I think it's stunting their ability to actually change the way that they're living. It's because if you don't change, if you don't fix the actual problem, if you keep putting like glitter glue and duct tape, the dam is not permanently fixed. And so when we think about the kid gloves, you asked this question a while back, you know, are we too hard on Black men? I don't know if we're hard enough or if we're too hard, but I think that Black men are not hard enough on themselves because they don't go deep enough to actually get to the root of the problem so things can get fixed. They're often talking about money, but they blow through money. We hear these men with money talk about what they do with money. It's not making these men build anything. They talk about, you know, getting into marriages. A lot of times these kids are coming out. I know many men who are come from two-parent households who do F-boy stuff. So
that football player that had a bunch of children and then came out talking about he's looking for a good woman.
Cam Newton, right?
Yeah.
He came from a 3-parent household. Actually, his grandparent was there. Like, they're using it's anything to put smoke and mirrors up so that they don't have to take a look inward. And I was talking to my friend today. I had a moment and I was driving by their area, and so I just decided to distract him. And so we were having this conversation, and he pointed out that, again, that same friend with the idea of community building first or personal relationship. And from these conversations, actually, again, Themis, God's work, really helping us to dig deep, I realized the personal self-image of most Black men is so destroyed that before they get into any relationship, they really need to do that deep work of figuring out, wait, what is going on with me before they even, and that, I know that you often say, hey, get your money up, Themis, and this is oversimplifying it, but guys, get it together. Mm-hmm. I don't think that the getting together really is a lot of times something that you can have quantifiable. It's the qualitative. It's the getting together, the quality of how you see the world. And we keep using these shallow measurements for men to feel like they're ready. But they are, most of the time, most often, when you get into the relationship with the right person, you together can do a lot. But a lot of times these men are trying to independently come up and then go get the woman that they can. And I think it's shooting themselves in the foot, because you can always do exponentially better with somebody who can help you see in your blind spot. but a lot of them are not willing to be vulnerable enough, and I'll finish on this, to actually admit to the problems and move past them. A lot of them are really protective of their self-image because they feel like, and this is projection, but I mean, it makes sense to me. They truly don't want to acknowledge that they could be wrong about anything. The self-protection is so immediate and so like all over the place. It doesn't have to do with anything. They could invalidate a point they made 2 minutes ago. It's just, I can't admit that I'm wrong. And I think it's because they either don't want to have to do the work or don't want to own up to that. Maybe they are part of the problem.
Yeah. I've been reading Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, and I stopped because it's giving too many excuses for my liking. But I worry that there irreparable sort of harms and changes and maladaptions that we don't even know. But for the obvious ones, like, I don't know, accountability, getting a job, paying for things, taking care of your family, taking care of the children you help sire. I think I'm sure I'm sure you think that is a really good book, Dean. I am sure you think it's a great book. I worry that we won't even attempt to address the things that we see are problems. So like even the unknown unknowns, like we don't even get to contemplate what could possibly be in that arena, because even the known things we don't address in any meaningful way. Before you go, truth teller, let's. Concern said that was the last thing.
Wait. Actually, can I? One more sentence. I'm sorry. One more sentence.
Go ahead.
So, with regard to what you mentioned, the excuses and the lack of accountability, I think damn it, I lost it. Sorry, guys, I have ADHD. Sorry, I lost it. I'll try it again later.
Wait, let me see. Do not answer this question. Knowing history, do Black women believe Black men should have the Black community equal with whites? I don't know what you're asking. I don't know. I mean, you should do better.
That's it. That's the point. It's the idea that we are also letting other people create that narrative. Like a lot of Black men defer to everyone else's opinion of themselves in order to navigate the world. Like they also won't take ownership of the narrative. It does mean that they don't get to have responsibility on it. So we understand the benefits of it. But in reality, we're also letting everyone else tell us what it means to be Black and male.
Yes.
Period. Nothing more to add. Confidence with no, because I'm keeping the people who are on screen on. Thank you.
I have a comment to make about what she had just said.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. When she's talking about them focusing on getting their bread up or whatever, getting their money up, one of the things that I've noticed as well is insofar as they do that, then they become very arrogant. They become very arrogant and very like spiteful and very dismissive, even more so. So they already have a false inflated self of ego without nothing. And then when they do have something like that guy a couple of years back, 2 or 3 years back now, that young Black man that says he's a prize because he finished law school. Do you remember that foolishness?
Yeah, I didn't even pass the bar.
He didn't end up passing the bar?
No, he didn't pass the bar yet.
Okay. So that's, I just wanted to piggyback off what she's saying there is that, not only number one, they're like waiting until they get their bread up so that they can choose, the ideal woman that they'd like to have. But even then they become arrogant. And so like, it's a mess all around. And so.
Yeah. And that's why you should wait till they get their bread up to see if they choose you. Because there's no reason for you to help someone who wouldn't choose you when they have it. Nope, absolutely not.
Exactly.
Deanie is an idiot. Why do you enable bad behavior from him? I don't think I enable bad behavior from Dean. I definitely do drag him continuously every single night. Not every single night. The other night he was on his best behavior. I don't agree that he's an idiot. I think he's actually smart, which is what's frightening. So yeah, I mean, I I think Dean thinks he's one of the good ones. So I mean, Dean, if you're the good ones, we have a lot of worries. But I'm far from an idiot. Maybe double digit IQ points, but hey, whatever. Go ahead. I'm not for everyone. You're muted.
Oh, okay. All
By
right.
the way,
Can
I'm
you hear me?
drinking. Well, I'm not gonna say that. If I'm laughing too much, it's this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what you're drinking, but that's not my business. But anyway, I'm really kind of nervous right now. Like well, a lot of the women here I really like. I can see them and they're on here, so it's really cool. Um, uh, what he said, was really disturbing when he said it's not fair. What's not fair?
Wait, what? Who said?
He said it in the video. He said it's not fair
Oh,
that
yeah.
women get to play victimhood and it's not fair.
Yeah, because he want to be a victim. He doesn't understand his position and power in a patriarchy. So he's saying because women can play victim, here dumb this is. That women can play victim in a patriarchy means the patriarchy doesn't exist. Like literally, it's playing the role that's given. It's literally women's power in the patriarchal system is to be the victim. It's not actual power, but continue.
Exactly, the damsel in distress. It's literally a title.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, that was good. I forgot that. That was a good call.
For me myself, it's starting to feel like there's something really, really wrong with the male gender and the mindset. Period. Just all around, there's something really wrong.
That's something wrong with us. Period. I laughed because I try not to pathologize, but I don't completely disagree. I don't think we have the right to pathologize. Let me just say that. But I don't disagree with people who do. I mean, it just seems very obvious, but like we don't have the credential to do it, but it seems very obvious.
I mean, for me, I don't know what else to call it, honestly, because it's like for me, myself, I would never ever treat anyone any certain way just because they're another gender or because they're another race or because they look different from me or because I think I might have power over them. That's just like me saying that I should be able to harm a child because, well, they're smaller than me. Absolutely not. Yeah. That's the same thing as me saying that. Absolutely not. So
the part of what you were saying and this comment, it's like there is actually an argument for them to make about claiming victimhood. Like there is, but you have to detangle yourself. You have to detach your male identity from white male identity. If you want to talk about the system, right? Like men created the system, then cry about it. Yes, in that specific way, you cannot identify with Johnny Depp and then complain. Like you have to disassociate it from the Johnny Depp and recognize the distinction that separates you guys and then complain about that distinction. That you can do. You can talk about the oppression of Black people in America. You can do that. But you can pretend like you are one with Johnny Depp, both not just racially, but even in terms of class, right? I'm talking about socioeconomic class. You can't accept him as a martyr for men and you being a part of that manhood and then complain about the system. No, you created the system in that case. Oh, but Black men didn't create the system, did they? If you don't make that distinction, you don't get to make that claim. And so you trying to be one with Johnny Depp is literally diminishing any argument you have for victimhood. Continue. Sorry.
Oh no, you're on point. Absolutely. I was just thinking about this today. I remember when I was 20 something. Anyway, my one of my cousins, we used to be like the same way back then, and she got really skinny out of nowhere. And I saw a picture of her on Facebook, and I was like, wow, she's really skinny. And my mom, I said, I wish I could be that skinny. She literally snapped her neck like a snake, and she was like, you don't know what she had to do to get that way. And you may not want to do it. So for all you men out there, you may not want to know what Johnny Depp had to do to get Amber Heard. you may not have what it needs to do in order to do it. So that may be something you want to think about.
Wait, Themis can do whatever what did Beach Wave say? Sorry, I need to see what Beach Wave said now. Can give Dina the okay to act up. Themis or the mods can't give Dina the okay to act up but punish others. I don't understand why you think I'm giving him permission to act up. My rule is essentially the same for every single person. If I call you up, you don't come up, you get blocked. Like, whenever I call Dean up, like, he hasn't said anything in the chat that requires him to come up here and explain anything. So I haven't called him up, even though I would kind of want to, but he hasn't said anything. So I am a man of my word, or at least I try to be. When I call him up, he comes up, we argue, disagree. I made the claim that if you come up here, even if you call me any kind of word, once you're directing it at me and you're not being disrespectful to the women here, or you're not promoting a dangerous idea, you get to stay. I am not coddling Dean. It is like I'm not, but I'm not going to kick him out just because I disagree with him. Or if he is trolling in the chat, if I can ignore it. Now, if he says something disrespectful, I promise I will bring him up. But yeah, no. Anyway, continue.
Can I briefly make a brief moderator announcement?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Not to piggyback, like, I'm really not trying to do the whole, like, like when somebody's getting in a fight in Skater, or like when somebody like comes behind and it's like, yeah, like, I'm not trying to do that right now, but I do want to say, I've said it before, and I don't know if you guys remember, but if you ever see anything in the chat that is inappropriate, whether it's name calling, harassment of some sort, or something like that, you can always still tag any of the mods. I think, is Erica a mod? Erica's a mod, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like me, Erica, London, Miss Deanne. Okay, I'm not even gonna do like that, Deanne. I said Miss Deanne, and I put Mr. in front of anybody else. Deanne, or any of the mods that have the little wrench, you can tag us if you see something that's inappropriate. Tag us and tag the person who made the inappropriate comment so we could look at it. And then if the moderators are on stage, sorry, because it's a lot going on. All right, sorry about that. Done.
No, you're fine. You need more mods, Themis. No, well, we will see if I do, but I don't think I do. I don't think anyone is like, I don't think anyone is pressed with what Dean is doing. And I think at this point, because he comes up here and he's like not someone who is, it's fine. Themis, please don't crack down on twerking in the chat. Cuddle Twerkers 2022.
Themis, 1 second. Let's just say I'm glad to see Mr. Petty. I'm glad you're here. I'm so sorry that you lost your fur baby, but I'm glad that you made the live. And we know you lost your cat, your fur baby, but we're glad that you're here tonight.
I did not know that. Is that on the Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're a cat person? Ew. Sorry.
Famous. It's his fur baby, and he was very open, and even he talked about like going to therapy. So I know that Dean is not everybody's fave, but I agree with like what LB and what you're saying in the sense that he will hop up, and not only will he hop up, he is at least he's open. And my main concern is like, here's my biggest fear. I don't want to turn into all black men suck. There are no good black men. Give up hope. It's like, I get it. They've done a lot of things, not some things. They've done a lot of things. But you've heard a multiple amount of women say like they're married to black men, or they have black children, black sons. So you can't go into this all or nothing. There's a balance. And when you go too far to the left, I think you miss it. When you go too far to the right, you miss it. I think a lot of times what we see with this manosphere, like with the guy, like you are so delusional that you can't even see that you're not even the same space as a Johnny Depp to even begin to compare yourself, because all you're hearing is these talking points that dig into what you believe. And we have to make sure that we're at least intellectually honest in the sense of allowing space. Now, how much space we allow, I get it, but I just don't want to go into this He-Man, you remember on the Little Rascals, the She-Man woman hating club? Like, I don't want to get into that space where they all suck, they're all awful, because then we just turn into the manosphere, but for women. And we don't want to be that. Both people, like, I don't think they have the same statistics to back up the anger, but clearly the anger is coming from somewhere.
It's coming from delusion, but I do agree with you. No, like it is coming from delusion. And taking on, I think they saw the white manosphere existing, and they started copying talking points, not realizing it does not apply to them. But I agree with you, actually. I agree with you on a sort of individual basis when it comes to like interaction. I think the research should be looked to and consistently referred to. And because I'm doing that, I don't agree with people saying all. But hopefully no one I watch says all. But hopefully people aren't saying all, because that's just not it. That is not it. If they're saying all Black women or all Black men, it's like, yeah, you don't have you do not have the literature to back that up. So I agree with you.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna stick with the.
I appreciate that. I just want us to have, at least give the space. I mean, statistically, the 5.5, you cannot argue that. But at the same time, it's a hard pill to swallow for those of us that do have Black sons, or those of us that do have Black partners, to where everybody's bad. Now, I don't believe in the unicorn of it all, like, oh, I have a unicorn, or this is anecdotal. But just like all Black women aren't sluts and hoes and whatever else.
The one thing that I will say, Tiff, is that it's usually on these spaces, like, we have to qualify our language. And I don't disagree with qualifying the language, but it feels like, and this goes back to women and like you guys' sensibility and need to be accurate, which is good, and considerate and compassionate and all of that. I think they're good. It's just, it does suck, because you are correct, but it does suck that in the manosphere they can just say women. They can say, they can drag, they can do this, they can do that. And obviously we don't want to turn into them, and I definitely won't. But I'm pointing out that it sucks that, like, I watched an interview on Fox Soul, please don't go into any depth. And I watched people, and everyone is like, you need to qualify, say not all men. And I'm sitting there like, you guys are talking about Black men. So when she refers to the research, she's speaking in general terms.
The collective.
Yeah, and so when people are like, oh, you need to specify, it was very disheartening, because it's like, no, she don't. If you are that remedial that she has to specify, you probably shouldn't be on with her, like, just generally. And it's not someone that I agree with. But I find that even in the manosphere, like, it doesn't, like, these people don't get challenged on not all. And it's very disheartening. Please, no names in the chat or on here. Anyway, but I do agree with you. And we should seek to be better and more accurate in our delivery, and more concerned with the accuracy of our statements, I think. So I don't even understand Dean's point of view, because every time he is on, someone interrupts him. Is it possible to let Dean speak for 4 minutes just so that viewers can understand? Free, you are so sweet and so kind and so amazing. Absolutely not. Nope. I am not going to let any of these men come up here, or women too. Like, Jessica would have just went off forever. These people filibuster. Like, I don't think you understand. Like, they will. I have sat, I'm not going to say who his name is, and I said, I will let you speak uninterrupted for a minute to answer this question. And I promise you, I gave them 5 whole minutes. I timed it. They did not respond to a single question, but they found the time to drag every woman in the chat. They found the time to drag all Black women generally, and then they found the time to promote themselves. So, no, I'm not giving Dean an uninterrupted 4 minutes to talk. I'm not doing it. Dean is going to answer the question when he gets posed it, and that's it. But I do understand your apprehension. Anyone else I might have, but after that, no. No, thank you, though.
I want.
No, I mean, I appreciate it, and I get why she said it. And I went back to listen to a lot of the interviews that I've done, and the people aren't making sense because they literally have no point. And it's frustrating because you, the viewer, think, I'm just not hearing it. Y'all are not letting them talk. They're not answering the question. I'm asking a yes or no question, and you're talking about Pluto. Like, it is very hard and disingenuous because they literally don't even want to answer. They're just here to derail. Like, they're here. Dean sometimes is here to derail. Just that. Just derail. He came up here the other day to tell me that the CDC says the leading cause of death for Black women was not Black femicide. And we had a whole discussion. I'm going to clip that part and put it out, actually. And you will see what I mean.
I do recall. Yeah.
Can I?
Thank you. The qualification is used to dismiss the point, period. But no, Efri, I get you. I spent money because I like Themis channel. Yeah, no, I don't think you. Thank you, by the way. No, I don't think people.
Can I?
Go ahead. Who is that? Wait, I think the person who is next is Electric.
I'm sorry, Themis. I've been up here a long time and I haven't spoken, so I don't know if you forgot about me, but I just wanted to.
No, I didn't forget about you. It's not Electric, it's actually Electric. The people who are on screen, I'm sorry I'm putting you guys off because the people who are not on screen, I'll let them talk and then we can have a discussion. Sorry, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm trying to remove people, so I'll do it quicker. I apologize. I haven't forgotten you, but yeah. Go ahead, Electric Bell. Eclectic. Why do I keep saying electric?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. Well, we could hear you.
I'm sorry, I actually can't hear you guys. That's unfortunate. Hold on.
We can hear you though. Oh, all right. Dolly Taste. You're muted, Dolly Taste. All right. Dolly Taste going once. Dolly Taste going twice.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. I just had my 2 piece here. About what she said. I don't agree because I think we should be on survival mode, so we should be able to say Black men peacefully without anybody correcting us. Because we're not out there saying, oh, no, like, we're not saying no, all the police are killing Black people or whatever. No, we're saying all the police because we're trying to remediate to whatever situation we have. So I don't agree with her. I understand her talking point, but I don't agree.
That we should, I mean, whether or not we say all, it should be understood that we don't mean all. So we shouldn't say all, but we don't have to say not all. But hopefully when we speak, we don't mean all. Does that make sense?
I think everybody should be able to understand that. And again, the difference between us and the manosphere is we're not killing them, okay? They are killing us. So maybe we can say, oh, but it's not the same meaning still. We're not saying, oh, go out there killing Black men. We're talking about ourselves
well, like our survival, we wanna prosper, we wanna win. That's what we're talking about. We're not sending Black women out there to hate them or whatever. No, right? So yes, we can say Black men. Yes, we can.
Yeah, no, I think we can. That starts back up saying Black men, which is why I can say that it's not disparaging as someone keeps emailing me. If I said all, that would be a problem, but I can say Black men. I can, and you can
Can I
too.
make a one
But
sentence comment?
Can
I make a one sentence comment?
Go ahead.
I just want to say if saying that Black men are XYZ based off of the stats is disparaging, then who's the person that's disparaging you? Is it you because you're the one that, two sentences. Is it you because you're the one that created the action? Or is it us because we're reporting on it?
Well, don't ask them that because they definitely will say, well, don't report it. Wait.
Oh, also, can I say something? There's another reason why we don't generally when you're speaking, like use the example of you don't say, oh, not all cops, because when you're speaking generally, you're also referencing like systematic issues.
Yeah.
So which still also counts for Black men, because there's a saying, all men benefit from
patriarchy.
Thank you. Like even if you're a good man or legitimately a good man, you still benefit. So saying men and not quibbling also speaks to the system.
Yeah, I mean, it's very gaslighted too. Like when people come in, like, "Do you love Black men?" Like, sir, you get to the point. Like no, we don't have to. We don't have to speak in that way. We don't have to qualify our language unless the stat bears out that we need to qualify. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Eclectic.
Hi, sorry about that. Hey, Themis. Hello to all the lovely panelists up here. I just wanted to come up and just make a few points, and I was actually going to come on camera, but then the guy was coming, so then I put on my eyebrow tint, and then I was like, well, I can't be on camera now, so so sorry I can't be on camera this evening, but just to talk about that video from a few points, the whole idea about they aren't allowed to be victims, it's a terrible conversation, because if you created the society, you have the ability to be able to create a space for yourselves to do this. And if you came to us and said, hey, this is the society that we created, it's backfiring, it isn't working out how we thought it was gonna work. We gave y'all some rights. We didn't know how fair that was going to turn out to be. So now we're in this space, right? And if they were just honest about that, then we could move forward. And to also see this conversation about, oh, well, nobody supports or advocates for men when they're victims, which is not true, because I see overwhelming support from women before this whole court case even happened, before when years ago, when she actually did bite off his finger, all the people that I saw talking about that conversation about how she needs to pay for that was women. It wasn't men, it was women. And now...
No, the thing is, I don't even say this, but no one is saying choose better, because we know that is not the problem. Choosing better is not the problem. It is the person who is engaging in the bad act. That is the problem, not the victim. Continue.
Right. And it's just, it's interesting that how, because I pay attention, and it's interesting to, like, now that a lot of people are paying attention to the court case and how it's going, and now that they're seeing that this is kind of shifting to her lane, to where she's looking more guilty, now it's all of a sudden this narrative that they're trying to, propel out. When really, for the most part, even from what I see across all social media platforms, is that men make it hard for men to be victims. And then it's this situation to where it's like, no, women are like, hey, no, you can talk about this. No, this is actually something that happens. Like, a cop will not believe me when I report something, and they really won't believe you because you're a man. Let's talk about that conversation. And they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to hit that subject. It's it's moot to them up until now. Up until now, we have a guilty woman in position, which is quite interesting how they aren't calling her out as a white woman because she's their preference, versus when it is Black women, we are specifically called out by name. I made a note about how I love that when it comes down to her and what she has done as their preference, it's, oh, women. But if it was us perpetuating as Black women, it would be a whole different story, right? They would call us out by name, and it would be all, as we're talking about in this conversation.
Yeah, even the Florida case with the stabbing. They say women. I'm like, where's this women? Like, why do y'all keep saying women? Every other time you qualify it. Like,
because she is womenism.
It's the same thing with like light skin, dark skin thing, like with rappers, like they'll come out and like Yellow Bone is what he wants. That's a female song, but like they'll do all that thing. There's a distinction. And when these quote unquote preference does something, we don't hear no distinction. It is women or it is Black women. It's not, the distinction is not there. Why is the distinction not there? Why? Let's talk about Amber Heard and people like her and what they do. Oh, wait, you can't do that because that would be wrong. Yeah, it would be wrong. But let's stop trying to make Black womanhood this and white womanhood that. Because what we're seeing is these people aren't no submissive. Like,
Themis isn't, I don't mean to stretch it, but Amber gives me Alexis vibes, like 10.0. Where we saw her kind of lean into.
That's what I said at the beginning of the show. That's what the show, period. At the beginning of the stream, I was like, remember how I talked about Hunter and Alexis and how the white manosphere would have a complaint if that's their experience? Like, I'm with y'all. If that's your experience, I'm with y'all. But you, Black men, don't have this experience, not statistically, no. But yeah, no, a good catch. That's what I was saying in the beginning. Black women are human to them. I honestly, I'm starting to believe that. Women sound like oh boy that got delivered.
Leave Andrew alone. Andrew is delivered. He does not like men. He likes women's. He is delivered.
And sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Eclectic.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to notate that because I was like, oh, I see what you're doing here. Like he kept saying it over and over in his video, but women in the case of this white woman, but we know what it would be if it was us instead. So I notated that in my brain as well. I don't know how we got on the child support conversation with him. All in all, he really didn't say anything, which this isn't anything new to us. And I just really wish that they would do the research. I really wish that they would actually listen to what they're about to react to before they get on the camera and just start spouting out things that don't make sense.
I literally stopped following the case because I was like, yeah, this has nothing to do with us. I was like, yep. Yeah. So to find people like literally like superimposing the trauma of this man onto themselves, I am just like, what?
It makes them feel seen.
And speaking of that part specifically, it's so interesting. It's interesting how they complain over and over and over again about the white man, and then in turn identify with him, and then also copy, not to use what they've seen this group of people do to their benefit. They want to copy the worst aspects or the victimhood now that we're seeing. It's quite interesting. But if you just randomly just went up to a man and was like, oh, this happened to you, you're a victim, they would want to shoot you. They would be offended by that. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm trying to make sense of it all. Like, are y'all ready to be victims?
Someone came on the stream and they were like, oh, you treat men differently than you treat women. And I was like, oh, so you want to be treated like a woman? Like, no, that's what you said. Like, I mean, if you think, like they just don't want to hear what it means, what they says.
But they don't want to be treated like a woman. They want to be treated better than a woman in all ways, in all things, in every place. They don't want to be treated like us. They want to be treated
like
better.
white men. They want to be treated like white men. They want the privilege of white men. And we just have to just acknowledge the fact that they want to oppress. That it is what it is. It's unfortunate, and it doesn't work for them because they don't have the same power, the same resources, the same economic. I mean, even the legal system doesn't work for them. And I mean,
like the certain people, FBI, have been looking at like what's happening online for forever. Never have they decided to do anything about it really until the blackface was in front of it. Now they got the black man and they're like, here we go. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Like, how do you not see? Like everyone's like, oh, it's a conspiracy. Stop putting that you are doing illegal things out there online. Like, well, I mean, stop doing illegal things, but like, stop putting it out there online. Like just stop. Like. No one needs to know if you're in a gang. All right.
But that was really most of what I wanted to say. To the only question though about should we give up the good fight, I am a little bit more radicalized in my thinking, because I do take it seriously that, you know, I could walk down the street past a group of men, specifically black men, unfortunately, and then I say, no, you can't have my number, and then I get jumped, right? And I understand that there are women who have black husbands and black sons. But for me, you know, black women and black girls are most important to me, and our lives are on the line. And I do not think that we should sacrifice our success. I don't think we should sacrifice our mental health or anything to carry the load of a group of men who just really they just don't want to see us, you know, on a level playing field with them. I don't know why. I don't know. We both have problems. We both have issues, and we can definitely walk this path together. But it's just such a tug of war, and for me, it's just wasted time at this point. At this point, I just feel like it's exhausting for women to keep like saying, "Please work with us, build with us." Get your education, go work in corporate America, make that work for yourself, and then go out and do what you want to do. Like it's just all these conversations, and it's only around women and sex, and it's just exhausting. So for me, unfortunately, I do feel like black women should give up the good fight. I think that as far as in your personal lives, if you got good black men on your side and in your life and in your family, like definitely advocate for them, or black men that you care about. But when it comes to the collective for them, I just don't see that as something that we should be doing. And I feel like that if that is what they want, if they do want advocation, which is what they make very clear, they want to be advocated for above all else, then make sure that you make it clear that these men are not what you stand with. And that's not what we're getting. We don't mind standing. I don't think I would mind standing for you if you make it clear that these behaviors are just not what are going to go down and what aren't going to happen. And instead, we have this blind male loyalty. Well, I mean, as far as what we see today, it's blind male, white male loyalty, or whatever you will have it. But yeah, I just don't think that is productive for us at this point.
Yeah.
To put ourselves on hold, to pause what we're doing, to keep having this conversation over and over again. Like, hey, I'm putting my collar leash on you in a Target and I'm dragging you with me. Like, come on, please come with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I am just saddened by the reality that, like, and I put this in the thumbnail, ultimately, our future is just really, really bad if not if, but when black women give up the fight completely. So it's just bad all around, right? Like, and we are very myopic in the way that we talk about things only from like a relationship perspective. I don't know why. But the fact that the manosphere ideology is not just a few people online, but like seem to be what the community adheres to is really, really bad. And people are like, oh, but Themis, you haven't gone out and you haven't met enough black people. And I've done a ton of work to disprove that the manosphere ideology is the Black ideology. And I failed. It is the it is majority of what people think about and talk about. It's what happens in the barbershop. It is what is happening in the music. It is what is shaping the culture. It is what is happening, and that's unfortunate. That is extremely unfortunate. And the good guys aren't the good guys don't really care to talk about it. This is very disinterested to them.
Can I say something?
Who's that? Thank you, Eclectic, by the way.
Oh, yes. I'm going to bounce out. You guys have the rest of your conversation, and thank you for hearing me out. Y'all have a great evening.
You did. Thank you so much. You added so much value, by the way. All right.
Oh, that was me.
Who was that thing? We are. Marcus, go ahead.
So with the idea of like getting to like the internal burden, actually the idea of self-care before it was commodified, it started with Black women thinkers, because it is so burdensome and it's so much mental labor to like think like that. And actually, I know there's a lot of activists on the panel that really judge me, but that's okay. I stand in my truth. For me, answering that question of what to do with the community, and I'm like, I am a Black queer woman. Any work I do to improve my life is helping the community in that way. So I became a high value man, and I write that work, and I focus on making me happy, because as a lost 120 pounds, still a little fat, but little fat Black queer woman, when I am happy and content and smile, that is a radical act. So I focus on that and not.
I mean, it's interesting because it is true. I think self-care for Black women is a radical act, and maybe not even radical in the way that you are thinking, but radical in that for a lot of people, it is, how dare you put down the burden? How dare you take care? How dare you take time out? And we see a lot of that for Harriet. Love her though. Even with the Black woman in luxury. Now, obviously, there's a ton of capitalistic undertones and all of that. But if we break it down to women actually taking care of themselves, I think there's a lot of people who reject that just by the fact that we see Blackness and we see labor, everyday work, everyday labor.
May I speak?
Marcus.
Pushing back on that, what you were saying before, where you were talking about feminism, like that burden on women on their personal lives, I actually disagree, because the burden comes from being Black woman. Even before feminism, the idea of this labor was on women, and the home was the woman's domain, but the home was a reflection of the man's power and position. So there was always this burden on Black women. The difference is that, you know, the political ideology gives us the words for the feelings that goes with it. Like, I had that before I knew what microaggressions were. I still felt
them.
Yeah.
I don't think you're wrong. I think the public-private distinction that is being made, at least let's do it from my perspective. It is about the thought process that goes into decision-making. So I'm not saying that you weren't experiencing racism or anything like that. What I'm talking about when I say make the private again is about making decisions about your happiness for yourself without thinking of the consequences at all. Like, obviously, you don't exist in a vacuum. There will be reverberation of your decision out towards the community, but not to worry about what that reverberation will look like. Just make the decision for what will make you happy.
And I'm saying I understand that, and my saying is, before feminism, we still had that burden, just in a different way. It's more under the patriarchy, like you were saying, because you were saying with ancient Greece, the home was the main, but it was still a reflection of the man. If you were seeing not as, and not just ancient Greece, like all the way back. So the idea of making the personal choices and how that would look, that was true not in a patriarchy, in a non like outside of feminism, without feminism existing, and after feminism. The only difference I see is the feminism gives you the words, and also the idea of doing something that will make you happy. That is a feminist idea. So the idea of like walking away from that and doing what you want, that is the feminism.
Oh, I'm not telling you not to be feminist. So I do think feminism, in at least the intersectional approach to feminism, requires the private be public. But I do agree that feminism ultimately is about choice, right? It's ultimately about having choice. What I'm saying is you should choose to care about your experiences with your decision, not care about the impact of your decision. And it's not to say to disregard feminism in its totality. What I'm saying is, and it sounds like advice, but it's really not. It's just a theory I have in mind about happiness. For you to be happy, you're going to have to make decisions about your own happiness that might be in conflict with that which is going to be good for the community. An example of this would be, we need more Black children. Biracial children aren't Black. If you decide as a Black woman to date outside of your race, you have made the decision to not have Black children, right? At least not naturally. And so if that is a consequence of your action, should you put the community's need, which I'm not saying it's a need, should you put the community's need for Black children ahead of your need for being partnered?
Can I
Also, wait, it's not even in just interracial dating. If you are gay, lesbian, bi, or whatever, the fact is, if you choose to be with someone of the same sex, you might adopt, in vitro, all of that, right? But to the extent that people think that's not good for the community, it shouldn't matter what people think about what is good for the community, because what you're doing in that decision to be with someone you love is not predicated on what the community value as important. It is what you decide you want to do and think is important for your own happiness, even if it is antithetical to what the community wants you to do.
And
Does that make sense?
No, I totally understand what you're saying, but it sounds, and I know you were saying don't be feminist. I know you weren't putting down feminism. The thing that I'm arguing it with, and I might be misunderstanding, it sounds like you are saying that pressure, it's coming from feminism. And so I'm saying
No. If I said that, that's not what I mean. It's not feminism. That the public is private is not feminism, though it might be an ideology within feminism. What I'm saying is, even if you're feminist, just throw that part away. Like, make your decisions how you want to make it without making what you do a political statement. Everything you do a political stance, and not just political in the actual political system sense, but political in a communal level. Like, I will not take a white man home because my family won't want them there, or I will not be with a woman if I'm a woman because I don't want them to say I'm gay, or whatever it is, right? Ignore all of it and make the decision you think is best for yourself and your own happiness in that moment. That's all I'm saying. Even if that means you are still feminist, I don't care. What I do care about is whether or not the public remains public and the private remains private. And there's a distinction in terms of what you think about when the decision is being made. Again, not telling you you have to do anything at all, ever. I'm saying for happiness, it is my theory, right? Theorizing that you have to separate the public and private, because you cannot carry the burden of the community and be happy in your personal life, I think.
I agree with that. And okay, so that makes more sense. And but I would say that with answering the question of what you want to do in private, the theoretical does help, because it obviously helps to unpack, because unhelpful ideas, of course, influence the private. So even then, I do think, the theoretical, like with feminism, womanist, all that, it does help to break down to see what you really want in the idea of what you really want. So
Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad I got the opportunity with you to sort of expound on that. Because I will never crap on feminism. I actually want to be a feminist, but like there's only one. There's a question I cannot answer.
Okay. Thank you for bringing this up, because I've been like waiting for you to say. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So with the whole feminist, you're not a feminist because you don't. I get really excitable. The whole feminist question, like, oh, can you look at a woman and say like she should be a part of the draft and send her to war? So I think that's a useless question, because it's ignoring, and it's because it's not a real feminist question. And it's not like a real distinguisher of feminism, because women are always involved in war. They always have been in some form on the front lines. It's not like women are protected. The real feminist question is, do you look at what's happening in women in the war zones, like not just like with the victims of war atrocities, but the people who are in the military, what they're doing, how they are victimized by the system. Those are the real questions, because that is, because that is the real feminist concern. So this idea of should women go to battle? Women have always been in battle in some way. The real feminist question is looking at what's actually happening to women and how do we address those concerns. So I don't think it's a relevant question, even though a lot of people...
I disagree with you. I'm not talking about systemically and how to make war better for people involved in it. What I'm saying is, I personally, as an individual, if I have a man and a woman in front of me and I'm going to put one of them on the front lines, it's not going to be the woman. And like, I think that says something about my ideas about who is probably more disposable. It says something about values regarding human life. It says something about equality and whether or not I actually believe in equality. This is a ton of introspection that I've been trying to do and work through with a therapist on it. And I don't have an answer, but I agree with you systemically. I disagree with you on an individual level. And I can scapegoat. I can say, well, I'm a difference feminist. I believe that men and women are different, which I do. And therefore, men going to war would be akin to a woman having a child and they're both deadly. No, but one of them is specifically sending someone to die, right? And I cannot, in good conscience, say, yes, I can look at a woman and send her to die for a country or a cause. I couldn't do it. Like I can see me saying, well, man, we're gonna have to fight for this black rights. Like I can see that. I can see it. I can say it. I can command it. I can lead a rebellion and lose, right? I can do that. I could not do it I could not tell a woman to go on the front lines to die. Like, and I'm saying that I'm not trying to be nice or cute with you guys. I'm really not. I'm like, this fundamentally shifted my perspective on whether or not I'm actually a feminist. And the person who asked me the question was a very Republican conservative man who was trying to prove to me that after a live stream that I did, that I was not a feminist because I was trying to protect women too hard. LB, you were saying something? Oh, Vitamin, go ahead. I don't know who raised their hand. I think
it was me. I have...
Wait, you can after Marcus, after Vitamin. Go ahead.
I have it. That just kind of brought up a question for me, because when we're talking about the concept of feminism and we're talking about the idea of equality and things, what I don't understand about the argument of taking feminism to mean that, men and women have to be the same in the sense of, because I feel like the men take it like, oh, well, you need to crawl through the mud like I crawl through the mud, or things like that. Like, I feel like, why can't we have equality in the workplace at a desk job where I'm getting paid the same thing that you're doing? without it being a thing of, oh, well, you need to jump up and go to war. I mean, now some women want to, like if they want to, that's fine. But this idea of like, oh, well, if one woman wants to get paid the same amount of money at a desk job, then all women need to be, put on the front lines of war. And it's like, why does it have to be this thing?
Wait. Before you do that, I agree. I like this question. I don't agree with what I'm going to say, but everyone get the tomatoes ready to throw it at me. I think it is, well, I agree with you. Let me say my personal opinion. I agree with you. I think that outside of certain contexts, like if we're doing the same job, we should get the same amount of money. Like that's clear, right? However, let's step all the way back, right? Let's do first principles. Well, not really. Look at Ukraine. If we structure a society where if things hit the fan, men are the ones who are going to go die, right? It can be argued, and I think legitimately so, that because of the difference in roles regarding men and women in times of crisis, that there is an argument for men to be leaders in different areas. Now, I don't think it extends as far as people want it to where like only men should lead in this or men should lead in that. I think the argument can be made that if I have to sacrifice my life to sustain the society where a woman gets to be quote unquote chipped off, and the white manosphere was making this argument, not the black manosphere, it's very strange, but if they're the ones who are ultimately going to have to sacrifice their life to protect the society that they create, then I get that argument that they should also benefit more economically from that society. So push back against that, Vitamin and Marcus. I think you both.
But this is the thing. If we're talking about society as a whole, there are so many different jobs that go into society, the wheel of society turning around. So yes, you guys got to go to war. But how often are we at war? When you really sit and think like, how often are we at war? But we still have a lot of children to be raised. And we have a lot of, things that typically men don't do that women do in terms of, parts that we just kind of we naturally pick up in society.
I wouldn't say naturally, but I would argue, I think a good argument from your stance as I hear you speak is, well, you go to war, but like I give birth to the nation. So who should be the
it's
leader?
just like it all kind of balances out in the end. Now, here's another thing when we're talking about the dynamics of who protects whom. At the end of the day, when anybody's in proximity to anybody, I would think that if you know that you are the stronger person, say for instance, if I'm in the street and I see a random child that's out in the street, I'm naturally going to go, oh, I'm someone who can protect this child. I'm not going to be like, oh, not my problem. You know what I mean? And I would think that as men, especially men that are always denoting this idea of sovereignty over everybody, that you would naturally say, hey, here I am. We going to war. Here, give me my gun, give me my hat, whatever. And it's just really frustrating that we're always having these squabbles and things about things that at the end of the day, like I said, if it's in you, it's in you. You know what I mean? And society, everybody just kind of naturally, I don't want to say naturally, but yes, everybody kind of aligns with what they are attuned to. You know what I mean? And I like to think there's billions of people in the world and millions of people in society. So everybody kind of can find their place.
But when you're attunement, when that which you're attuned to is to be the protector in the logical, I think Themis needs to have conversation with women that are in the military. No, I do. And there are women who are like, I want to be on the front lines. Like you.
No, and I agree with that. I'm not saying like, oh, all women, no women should be in the military. I understand.
No. I was
members that were
I'm
in the military.
answering this question outside of yours.
Mm-hmm.
This is specifically to me and what I am able and not able to do. And I understand how wrong it is because it probably shapes other parts of my life and my views in ways that I don't yet understand. So I'm fully able to understand that and attempt to work through it. Maybe it's misogyny in a way that I don't fully understand. But it
But
is.
with
Go ahead, Marcus. Wait, go ahead.
So with the Ukraine example, I was actually looking at that and like looking at like the women getting on the trains, and I was like, yes, that is right. And then I was like, why am I thinking that's right? Then I saw the children. I'm like, who are going to take care of those kids? So let's pretend the women are actually going to safety, and they won't still, a lot of them still won't be killed. Slightly more safety. Who's going to take care of those kids? Not those men. And why? Because of the way society is set up. Men set up society. So like I was thinking of like with Catherine the Great of Russia, when she was responding to a theorist and a philosopher, and he was getting on her for not being as radical. And she said to him, well, you're writing your theories on paper. I am writing theories in flesh and blood. So in this ideal of like be able to send both people, men and women, and non-binary, everyone to the front lines, in real life, we have a society set up where you're getting rid of the kids. Who's going to take care of the kids? Mostly the women, because that's the way the society is now. So you can have these ideas, but you still have to work in society today. So I'm not saying like, oh, women are more naturally honed to take care of the kids, so they should go. I'm like, we have all the system set up.
But why won't you say that?
I'm sorry?
Like, why won't you say that women are more equipped to take care of children, particularly ages 0 to like 2, depending on how long they stay on?
I like to question assumptions like that, and also there is a lot of pressure on women expectant mothers to feel
wait. Let's break down not biology, but like at least evolution and technology. Prior to being able to, I don't know, create baby feed, how would a child survive but for the mother?
That's true. That's biologically, but I'm saying like innate willingness and like.
Oh yeah, no, I don't believe in that.
That's what I was talking about. Like, well, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, evolutionary biologists would argue that for babies to survive, there has to have been a sort of inclination towards protecting the child that you create, and there's something a hormonal change in women when they have children. There's a lot of that kind of literature that I definitely don't get into because I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but I would like to think that women aren't completely controlled by quote unquote the biological predisposition to blah. But I don't know.
Themis, 1 second. Our beautiful, my fellow bald sister, she hasn't got to speak yet. And then I think Prince Petty is probably next. And then I think Alfrey, and then the names are gone, but the beautiful lady to the left at the bottom. But I know that Confidence hasn't spoke yet. High Value, it should be Alfrey. And then I guess, is that, child, got my glasses on.
It looks like Illy.
L-Y?
Yeah. By the way, people were upset. I told everyone to like keep me on track and remind me when I'm like not allowing everyone in the conversation because I can get too immersed.
And then High Value Petty. Then it would be Alfrey, and then I don't know if those are I's or L's. I'm gonna have to go get my readers.
I'm gonna do Illy.
Okay, Illy. Yeah, my sis with her glasses. She looks beautiful, and I love the bald head, but she definitely has been on for a while and has not been able to talk yet.
Okay, thank you.
And I got you, so I'll remind him too.
Yeah. No, I appreciate the reminder because I definitely will get into. I love the like feminist discussion. Marcus, thank you. Vitamin, thank you. Go ahead, Confidence with Love. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Tiff, for helping.
Thank you all. It is so wonderful to see everybody. You all look wonderful. Themis, just real quick. I adore you, and I am not going to be getting over the ultimate. The video you did like Monday or something. I was like, oh, I better go watch it. And then I couldn't leave it alone.
Wait, the ultimatum?
The ultimatum, yeah. I was like, oh my God, that's it, Themis, that's it.
Period. You can't, no one can say women don't get dragged on the channel after that.
That was great. again, I love these discussions, and I want to just I do want to talk about definitions are really important. And thank you, Miss Tiff. By the way, I was just back in here getting ready to snooze out because we all know I'm an elder. So I was like, y'all got half hour, I'm gonna be out.
I'm sorry. You know I love you.
No, it's all good because I love these conversations. I love that we come from different perspectives, and that we have different ideas, because we understand that diversity of thought is critical to problem solving. We should not all be coming from the same place. We should be bringing our own experiences, education, whatever that is. The differences between us really make it so that we can solve problems much better, because all of you can see things in a way that I might not necessarily see things and then miss it. So I really do appreciate that. One of the things that I found not recently, but a while back, was the difference between a feminist and a womanist, which a feminist is every other woman and a womanist is a Black woman. And it includes all of the intersectionality that Black women deal with, including not just equality, things like that. It's like you guys have said before, it's a totality of bringing everyone along, right? So that brings me to the difference between, I found a simple way to say this. The difference between a patriarchy and a matriarchy. They're both systems of governance, right? We tend to think of one is just pure male, and matriarchy is pure woman in charge, or however people kind of have come to drill that down. But actually, the way I see it is a patriarchy is based on a hierarchy and scarcity, whereas a matriarchy is based on democratic community and who is in the most need, because that's who we uplift. So as a ancient goddess born warrior Black woman, I would have developed a democratic community, because that is what Black women did, right? And what we did was we focused on, let's say, the disabled in the community, the children in the community, the elders in the community. It is we have this idea, I think it's funny, that when I say warrior, I get called every day in the book, what? Oh, you're masculine, you're too feminine, you're too this. Okay, y'all can call me anything but a white woman. Okay, but when I am saying warrior, why do people know the difference between a prayer warrior and just not what a warrior is? A warrior is a person that, yes, learns how to wield weapons, has a certain stamina, but their job is to actually protect and provide for the community. So what have Black women been doing all this time? And we have Black women in history who were warriors. That is not a fallacy. We actually created governance in the way that you see it as a matriarchal system, again, in helping those most in need. And I have to say, for Black men, you're not the most in need. You're the most tripping, but you're not the most in need. And my next question is, what makes an enemy? Because if I have a group of people, like you guys brought up the Ukraine people are like, you come over here, Russia, we giving everybody guns, we're shooting because you are trying to kill us. Okay. So, but we want Black women to go along with being murdered every 5.5 hours by a group of men because we are what? I have a son, love him to death. He's not inheriting. His younger sister's going to inherit. And the reason she's going to inherit is they both have the ability and have had the ability to have me grow, yes, as their mother, but also to make choices because now they're both grown. And she is showing that she is a queen in training. So I love my son. He's helpful. He does things around here. I have like no problem with that. And at the same time, I would never tell one of you wonderful Black women to marry him. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You should be marrying someone who understands having to provide and protect and all of those types of things. So that's only a truth coming from me as a mother who loves her Black son, right? I really think, why are we even doing this? Something you said, Themis, that I really am just pushing as part of solving the problem is let Black men go. Okay? And can we do it from 10 to 20 years? Can we just let them go? Because we need a space to heal. It is almost impossible to heal, in the same place where you're being constantly re-traumatized, So we are 83% of single parent homes in the Black community are run by Black women. We are working 2 and 3 jobs. We are re-educating ourselves. We are uplifting our children. We are not sleeping at night. The little dude that made a comment about bodies, bro, have you ever had children? Have you ever been through taking birth control pills because you didn't want to have children? Those are hormones, bro. Men don't have to take hormones not to have children. So
I mean, they should, but
I feel like, all things being equal.
Like, I'm like, the way that I jumped like 20 pounds as soon as I got on birth control.
Yes.
Like, what?
Yes. And our fibroids grow bigger. There's so much that goes along with that. And then
Hailey Bieber had a blood clot travel to her brain because of it.
Yep.
Yes.
That's a major risk.
Saw that.
It causes cancers. There's all kinds of things that go on with taking birth control. Mm-hmm. So we're doing the most as Black women. And I gotta tell you, I'm with most of you. I am so tired of this conversation. Not in the sense that we don't need to have it, but in the sense that we also are gonna have to really get on some solutions. We don't all have to agree with one another and our background and our experiences, but we do need to solve these problems. And immediately is the death of Black women and Black girls. So now I'm going to just point really quick to white women. Personally, I don't care. I don't care. Like they used to say back in the day when I did attend Christian churches. Remember when that song, I love Jesus because Jesus first loved me. I don't love white women because they first made me an enemy. So every time one of our young women walks into the hospital who has decided to risk being pregnant, and having a child, she's 4 times more likely to die in the hands of a white woman. Why is it that we don't have to hold these damn women accountable? They can terrorize us on a job. They can literally decide whether we're going to get a merit raise, take our ideas, constantly overwork us, have us doing their jobs. And we never talk about this as Black women because we're afraid to lose our jobs because we don't have the resources for somebody else to pick that up for us. But I think we have to start holding them accountable, just like we have to start holding Black men accountable, you know?
The
So,
pink pill, well, I don't know how we do that as a general matter for the latter group, but the pink pill did a live about being in the workplace. And it was such a refreshing thing to happen in this space in a couple of weeks. But anyway, she was talking about like how Black women can get ahead in the workforce. And some of the ideas, like, I didn't realize how dire the need is for professional development. Like I didn't act like some of the questions and the statements that she was reacting to, I didn't believe anyone right. Like I'm at awe for just how far we've come, but how far we come with how ignorant we are about
mhm.
just like things. So kudos to us, but like imagine if we knew how to play the game. Like imagine where we could go. I will just push this now. I just finished my reading corner in my place, and that's where I'm going to do videos for my second channel. And that will be a sort of didactic approach. So I will be sharing and teaching and mentoring and all of that stuff there. It will all be free. I just wanted to put it out there that we will need to start shifting to solutions. And I have what I think are solutions that worked for me, but I talked to the moderators about this last Sunday. The fear that I have that has kept me from posting on that channel, there's a lot, perfectionism and all that. But I fear that the ways in which I want people to be productive might not be good for them in their own way. So mediocrity and complacency is good for people who are good where they are. And I'm not saying that's bad. It's just my approach is not that at all. And I think it can be frightening. So anyway, we'll see that. But I'm glad you brought that up. Confidence with love. I will be working on that. Um, wait, Tiff, who was Tiff left.
Afri was saying she wanted to go next.
Who?
Sorry if I mispronounced.
Oh, Afri, go ahead then.
Hi, thank you. Who was the lady who just spoke? I think the pretty bald lady who just spoke. Oh, hi. Okay, so I love what you said. So interestingly enough, when I had a few incidences when I was at work where a white woman would call me N-word in front of a Black man, and she would do nothing in front of a group of Black men, and one of them was like my manager, and they would do nothing. They would just think of it as a joke and just be like, whatever. The second time it happened was I was working at a warehouse a long time ago when I was a teenager. Again, the N-word thing, I guess she was trying to be chummy and friendly. And this is me, I was young and stupid. I didn't do anything about it. I didn't report her. But the reason why I didn't do that was because I was expecting to have these men, react to that situation. And it didn't happen. So to answer the question is, do we give out the good fight? I mean, yes. Why? And this is coming from somebody who is married to not only a Black man, but a Black man in the military. And right now he's in some other country, because of what's going on right now in the current situations, So I'm worried about him all the time. But would I tell Black women to give up the good fight? Yeah, I think I would, because we're no longer in an era where we all, is all pro-Black. I think the reason why Black women are distraught over our men is because we grew up in an era where everything is just pro-Black, Black is beautiful, et cetera, et cetera. When you get older, it's not like that in reality. Not everybody is cohesive Not everyone thinks the same. We don't have a hive brain. Some people don't really care. My solution to that, if you have a daughter, cultivate her, raise her, and if you are successful enough to garner wealth, pass your wealth to your daughter, to your daughters. They'll know what to do with it. When I have my daughter, I don't have any children yet, God willing, but when I have my daughter, I'm going to give my wealth to my daughter. And I know I'll be successful and rich. That's not to say that if I have a son or, that I don't care about him. I do care about him, but it's like, my son is more likely to give money back into white society. And I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I'm saying, like, why would I support that? I don't have anything against white people as a group or anything like that. But Black women, they say we spend so much time and money on hair, et cetera, but we also invest back into the community. Do we not? So that's my solution. I think that, one, don't be concerned with pro-Blackness in the sense that, you want everyone to be on the same page. It's not going to happen. What you need to do, Black women, is just to give up the good fight, but don't give up on your daughters and don't hate your Blackness.
Yeah.
Giving up the good fight doesn't mean to hate your Blackness, or it doesn't mean to hate your sons or your daughters. It just means that you just got to do things a little differently than how we were taught in the past. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, someone is asking, why am I not pushing back? These women are talking about what they are doing with their money. I have no pushback. I don't know what you expect me to push back on. No, give your son your money. What? How? Do what you want with your money and who you think is gonna.
They're looking for Themis After Dark again.
Huh?
They're looking for Themis After Dark.
Right. High Value Prince, I think it was, and then Illy.
Good evening.
You have the voice on that I feel like you're coming with some foolishness. Go ahead.
Will you be releasing the skincare tutorial on the second channel?
The who?
The skincare routine? Since you said you were doing.
No, my mom was mad. She was like, why are you telling people you're not going to tell them what I make? No, absolutely not. You have to pay for that kind of promotion, ma'am. I'm kidding.
I have something probably the panel in the chat will disagree with, but I'm going to save that for last so I don't get dragged. And I'll start with the stuff that hopefully we all agree on. First of all, I also love bald hairs, and that's on Will Smith. Thanks to Tiff in the chat who gave condolences to Noodle. I actually hadn't had that on my mind for the past few days, so thanks for making that nice and fresh.
See, this is why you can't do anything good for these men. This is why, period. Drag them, because they dragged me when I laughed and said I was a dog person. Well, I don't like animals, but if I were, I would be a dog person. But yeah, they dragged me on your behalf, so drag them. I will not stop you.
I wanted to comment on what you said a lot earlier, actually, about how you said you tried to disprove that the manosphere was not Black men's ideology, but you failed. I think that's very close to what Ralph Richard Banks said, isn't it? He said he came into it biased regarding the study he did, and he actually did his study to disprove the narrative around Black men, but what he found out was that the narrative is true. So I found that interesting. What Tiff said about how they don't have.
Wait. When you say you find that interesting, are you saying I'm lying?
No, that's actually, I think, how I came into this. I see a lot of Black men who are waking up, so to speak, have been trying to disprove the narrative, but how can I argue with statistics once I do the research? So no, that was no shade. What Tiff said about how they don't have the statistics to back up the anger, I think a small percentage of men actually are domestic violence victims, and the number of false DV accusations are also a very small percentage. So there's simply no data to back up what the man who you showed in the video earlier was saying. There's no data to back it up. And maybe
no,
he has
maybe
he has an experience that defies the trend of that data, and maybe his experience should matter. Well, I think it should matter, but the way he projects that onto all Black men, this is what we're all going through, it's just not true. I think that's unfair to women. And I also think that's the gross overcompensation, I think, is counterproductive to the cause that he wants. I think he wants that to be taken more seriously when it happens to men, but you're lying. You're up here lying. So how can I take you seriously? I don't think men actually care about what they talk about. So DV against men, even sexual assault against men, I don't think they care about men's issues in general, because the only time I see men bring them up is when women are talking about their issues. So while I think it's a real issue, especially Johnny Depp's case, the only time men seem to bring up stuff like this is when they're using it to fight women. Like, again, the man you showed in the video, it wasn't a conversation about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It was a way to see us Black men, like, and there's two specific reasons why I don't believe they care. Number one, Boosie had his son assaulted by a grown woman, and Black women, I noticed, were disgusted. Black men, on the other hand, were talking about how when their son comes of age, I'm gonna get him the same treatment. Or when a woman teacher assaults a little boy, the women, again, I noticed, are disgusted, but the men are talking about, man, I wish that was my teacher. I wish I had teachers like that back when I was in school. So I find it irritating that there's this deflection of blame to the women, when usually it's the men who are creating and perpetuating those problems that they whine about. And I want to discuss those problems and solutions to those problems. But the conversation, like we saw today, always turns back into it's women's fault, which to me seems like whataboutism.
All right. You haven't said anything wrong yet. So where's the part where we disagree? I'm not giving you praises until you give me the disagreement, because I feel like you just going to undo everything you just said.
Okay, one last thing, then we can get into the disagreement. Should Black women give up the good fight? I've given up, so I'm not going to tell anybody to fight if I'm not doing it. When you were discussing Ralph earlier and how he said Black women have been fighting for a while and it's not working. And what I learned is that's also my experience. After I started talking to Black men about these issues, I'm like, how can I change what seems like an ideology for a majority of Black men? And I really don't feel like I can. Like, that's just their belief. That's what they want to sit in and manifest. So how can I change that? Especially when it seems like every Black man I talk to, minus Themis and Obi, is against me. And the disagreement was
that's sad.
That is sad.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I give up. I had like 1 week of talking to men and I gave up.
Wow. Wow.
All right.
The part you may disagree. Yeah, so earlier when you were talking about men being the sole fighters in war, I think a lot of women on this channel in particular have followed some sort of gender role still, even if they're divested or whatever. And if you put men into that role, how can you also be mad that these men go on their channels talking about they want submissive women? Or how can you're putting them in a position, I feel like, to argue maybe men should be paid more, because if you're expecting me to be a provider and there's a woman applying for this job and we have equal credentials, well, maybe the employer will say, but men are also expected to provide at the home. So maybe I should, which I think they already do now. So that was the disagreement. I think I agreed with the.
Wait. I don't think my argument is that. Hopefully, no one understood my argument to be we should pay men more. I hope that is not what my argument boiled down to in people's mind.
What I think your argument was, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're expecting men to follow these roles, then how can you complain when men are wanting benefits over you when they also have to play this dangerous role, right?
No.
Okay, I might have
I'm
got
actually
confused.
finding I'm also finding it hard to understand where that would come from. And I think there's like a tangential sort of argument which would be mirroring what you were saying, where I said, oh, if they're going to war and they're dying, then what does that mean when they're in society? And I don't have an answer for that. My issue is not that they do it or they don't, or historically. I'm saying, for me, I can send a man to fight and die. I can't send a woman to die, right? Like I just can't. So in my mind, what does that mean about my understanding of gender roles, right? Does that mean that the construction worker lifting the big block should be a woman? Well, it could be if the woman wants to do it and is physically able to do it, but like that's not what pops into my mind the first time I hear construction worker. And I'm talking about, and I think I needed to be clear, I'm talking about, from my perspective, what I think are probably misogynistic views that are still lingering. And I don't feel comfortable claiming feminism because I still have some of those views about womanhood and manhood, where I literally thought that I didn't. Like, I literally thought I was like, I don't care, masculinity, femininity, I don't care. I do still have ideas that I hold true to.
May I speak? I
Yeah, wait,
feel
before you go, Illy. Actually, yeah, go ahead and then go back to Petty, because I didn't know if you wanted to respond to that. But go ahead, Illy.
yes, when we talk of when they bring it to like kind of a gender wars thing with feminism, I'm not a feminist because we as Black women can't get on point and code, so I can't expect overall women. But if we're gonna compare, let's say if there wasn't such a patriarchal mind in everything, like how racism can be embedded in everything, you're doing bricklaying or just brick by weight, and a woman happens to move more units and lift as much as a man, if she's good at her job, she should be paid fairly.
Yeah.
If it's a guy who happens to outdo her and he gets a raise, that is fine. If it wasn't patriarchal, then the best person would get the money, but they can't see it as the best person. They just want to go by their average in their mind that they are stronger. So they'll use that talking point. I feel like the problem, women come with statistics and experience. Men come with experience, but not statistics. So as a boy, men are lacking in all areas. As a boy, when you go to school, you're with female teachers. If you go to your pediatrician, you're with females. You're being raised by a female. At some point, because I have two sons, I see when they come to me and they can acknowledge, wow, my dad's not here and I'm suffering in this way, or I notice this, why isn't, but then they switch. And it's like, what happened to my poor little boy? Because now they have this experience of women, and there can be an argument that women could use the power of being older or being, I'm the doctor, you don't get a lollipop, that they take with them. But then they try to compare it to statistics and not acknowledging the root of it, men lacking. If your dad was here, if there was more men who cared to be pediatricians, if there was more men in the school system for them, as well as their dad being there, they would have that experience and not be so mad at women for it. And
Yeah.
they see the intersection with that, with them being little and stuff, but they can't understand as a woman what we also go through, being judged. I had a talk with an ex, and he admits that he was following that whole like sleeper cell group of men because he was mad. But then when I compare life experiences, I've had 2 failed marriages, 16 years, 8 apiece in both my marriages. And he had one, his first girlfriend, I would be the second. And he took that experience, and it's like, yes, it was traumatic, but do you understand what women are going through? You know, like I see it as a little girl with my mom and her sisters, and you guys see it too, because you're growing up with your sisters, but they don't hold men accountable. And if men held men accountable, they wouldn't have to live in fear like us. Because when women go to the club, we group up in numbers, because who we have to watch out for? Men. Men do the same thing. They don't want to go to a club by themselves. And you ask them why? Oh, because I don't want to be caught slipping. Well, who's going to catch you? Men.
No, these women are going to catch me out here slipping.
But I will say,
gonna drug me.
I will burn the cape romantically because I like men, but as in the community, I think women should make the shift to talk to our sons and be real, because there's this hush thing about, like, if you sometimes speak realness, like when they come to you and they notice a difference, he has his dad, or how come, you know, when they ask you questions, what, like, how did you meet my dad? What did you like? I think that shows maturity to where we can pour into the community, because we're left with the children. So we're arming ourselves with these children. We need to stop listening to men about this stuff about being hateful. It's not hateful if I tell the truth. If you're feeling less within and you're looking for your father, and I tell you, and let's say you're 12 and you come to me, I should not be ashamed saying, you know what, your dad did not set that example. This is what a man is supposed to be. And I can't say your father is a man, because I want you to be a man. I want you to stand by your family, your community, stand for something. And now I have to point out your dad did not. And that's nothing wrong with it. It's not speaking bad into a child. Once they realize things, then we should be able to reaffirm that, like, yes, you got it. That's your thinking, and I'm gonna help you build upon that. So now you know what not to be. And they grow up holding other men accountable, because they love to say they're different. It's not too many of them that can flex like that. Like, I stay with my woman, you know, I provide for my woman. They flex in the wrong ways.
Yeah, I wish I could put the comments up that were coming, because people are here for it. You did that. Hiring managers don't determine who will get the job or promotion based on the male applicant is based on if the male applicant is head of his household. Where would that leave a single mother looking for a job competing with a man? Period. No, I thank you, Nicole. I literally no, I would never argue for that perspective. I think Petty might have misinterpreted what I said, or probably took it to the wrong extreme. I don't know, but I would never advocate that. Obi, go ahead. By the way, thank you, Illy. Like, I wish I could have put the people's comments up.
Thank you. One thing Laz said, for the men who are listening, go back and hold your grandfather and your fathers accountable. Go hold your homeboy accountable. Go hold dude calling out Russell Wilson, because he ain't nothing like him, accountable.
Here's a red flag. If a man thinks Russell Wilson is a bad person based on what we've seen and they don't know him personally, cut him off. Like, I'm not advised. That was like advice, but like, I mean, that shows their value. Like, it is what it is. Like, no. Thank you, by the way, Illy.
Thank you.
Obi. You're muted. Nope, you're not muted, but I can't hear you. Oop. You're muted. Keep talking and trying to talk. I can't hear you. Can't hear anything. Jack.
Hello,
Can you hear me
everyone.
Oh,
yeah, Obi can go. It's fine.
Wait, sorry, Jack. Go ahead, Obi.
All right, guys. I'm pro male leadership.
Period.
And I think if
so you
men
believe
are
in
leaders
fantasy,
and protectors,
you
I
believe in
think
fantasy.
I believe Black women should fall all the way back, rest in their femininity, and stop fighting. They should not be in the front lines fighting for anything or for the community. They should just be feminine, rest in their femininity, and let Black men that claim we all claim we have these challenges and we're tired of what's going on. We should come on the front lines and fight and let the women rest. So I agree with you. Black women should, like, these days when I see, like, when someone is shot and I see Black women in the front lines carrying signs, I'm like, what are you guys doing? Go home, let the men come out and defend and fight for our fellow Black man that has been shot.
All right, so you wait. Let's play this out. The streets will be empty.
Then that will show that we don't care. Like I agree with Petty. Petty said these men don't care about these problems. I talk to a lot of these guys online and offline, and they tell you that if Martin couldn't do it, if Malcolm X couldn't do it, they're not doing anything. So they actually have given up. So they don't care about fighting for anything. Whenever they want to fight is when women talk about their problems, they come up with all the whataboutism. So I agree with you. Black women should just fall back, let the men be 100% providers like they want to be, and 100% protectors like they want to be, and let's see how it goes. Let's see how much of a men we are, how much we can take care of all these burdens by ourselves.
Wait, see, and that's what I put in the thumbnail. To do that, I feel like it's the future of dust.
Wait, Seamus, I'm here for this, but I do have a question.
Okay.
No, wait, before you do, I'm here for this, and I think Obi understands that it would be a big failure, but it
maybe not.
All right.
Maybe not. I talked to a bunch of people. There's still men that want to be providers and defenders of their family and their community. I have a brother. He's 100% that.
Do you think
I have a lot of cousins.
Do you think that is a critical mass?
I do not think so, but I think men have to do the work of recruiting other men until we get to that mass. It is not the women's job to do that, because obviously we're not listening to the women. So it is our job as the men to recruit other men, to try and persuade other men to join, to be defenders and providers of the community, of our families at least.
Period. I mean, I'm not against you. I fear for the outcome, but if Black women should step back, which I agree, and if they do, it's not looking pretty. But
there's no benefit for the Black women to do that, because they're being villainized for all the work they've done.
True.
So what's the use though? These men are online every single day, calling them feminists, calling everybody all kinds of names for fighting this fight, and even claiming they're not fighting the fight. So there's no benefit for the women in fighting. And for the woman that said that she was going to give his children, her daughter, the money. Where I'm from, men pass on their wealth to their sons, and I didn't hear any in my 40 years of living. I've not had any black man push back against that. So I don't see anything wrong with a woman making wealth that a man didn't help her make, passing it on to the daughter.
Go ahead, LB, ask your question.
Wait, you gotta be cute. I love the hair swing. She said yes. So I'm here for that. I really am. And the only question that I have though, because I have concerns, I'm concerned about if we step back, which I think we should, because I don't think we should be on any front lines. I refuse to go there myself. I'll organize, I'll strategize, but I'm not going to fight nobody, and I'm not going to jail, and sacrificing everything that I've worked for people that wouldn't fight for me. So, with your idea of us stepping back and the men stepping forward, and the men recruiting other men, this takes time, right? So while the men are getting themselves together and building up our community in theory, since so many people don't believe in it, but while the men are building themselves up in theory, what is your idea of what the women would be doing in that time? Would we be then further, would we still be villainized, but for different reasons? For example, if we decide to date out racially, or date out, say if I got with a woman or a non-Black man while the Black men are over there figuring out their stuff. Because I feel so me, for instance, I'm 29, I'll be 30 this year. And in the next 5 to 10 years, I'm hoping to move on with my life, settle down with a partner and stuff like that. But the work that Black men need to do is going to take until I'm probably about 60, 70, 80 years old. I'm not trying to wait that long to partner off. So Is there going to be resentment toward this generation of Black women if we date out? Like we date the few Black men that are available, but once we're out of Black male options, or if we choose to date outside, be it race or sex, like, are we going to be looked at as traitors or as abandoning our community because we did what was best for us within our lifetime? Because I don't want to sacrifice my youth to wait for Black men to get their stuff together.
You don't need to wait for anyone.
But yeah.
I don't think you need to wait. I think women should focus on taking care of themselves. Pursue your education, pursue your careers. And look for the man that can do the job of a man. If you find a Black man that is willing to be a man and be a provider and a protector, go with him. If you can't find him, look elsewhere. You're already being villainized for what you're doing already.
True.
You're already being villainized for the work. The job that Black women are doing, people are actually invalidating it and saying it doesn't exist, that you guys are fighting for yourselves anyway. So why don't you conserve the energy that you're using to fight for the men and let the men actually be men? That's why when I talk to them and I say, like, let the men do their jobs. Don't emasculate them. That when people were talking about how do you stop emasculating men, I was don't let any man move into your house. Do not let any man ever move into your house. If you're going to marry someone, make sure he has a home of his own that you can move into. Let's start from there.
Yeah. Real quick,
make sure before you marry a man, he has a home.
He has his own place that you can move into. Don't move into your own place. That's one way of not emasculating the man. Like, let him be the king of his own castle. He can't just come into somebody else's home and be a king to somebody else's castle.
Obi, you don't know these men. You don't know these men, Obi. You do not know. These men will come in and act like they own the place.
Then let them in anyway. So what I'm saying, don't emasculate the man. Don't let them move into your house. I have a friend of mine right now. She's dating someone, and the dude is like, "Oh, you know what? I'm moving closer to you. I want to move in." I told her, do not let the man move in. First of all, he's gonna resent you eventually because you're gonna want your house to be a certain way, and if he moves a different kind of way, whenever you speak and say, "Oh, don't keep that cup over there," he's gonna feel emasculated and say, "Why are you telling me Why are you telling me what to do here?" Right? He's gonna feel resentful. So by you trying to uplift the man, he's gonna resent you. So let him be the man. Tell him to sleep in his car until he can find a place.
Agreed.
That is the burden of manhood.
Can I respond to something real quick?
Go ahead.
It's not to Obi directly. I was looking at the chat. I don't know why people do this, but I was looking at the chat, and I just want to make it clear. Like, my question was theoretical. Personally, I'm good, you guys. I promise, because I haven't been. Yeah, no, I'm like, I haven't been like, for me, like, Black men is not a concern of mine. I'm a teacher, so Black boys, Black girls. I'm a woman, so Black women. Those are my concerns. I'm concerned about the women and the children. The men are on their own, in my opinion, and they have been my whole life, because I wasn't raised to do that. I wasn't raised to, like, call them men and stuff. Like, I was raised around men that actually took care of me and provided and protected. And, like, the ones that didn't, or that went around to do that, like, they can't say anything. Like, I'm not concerned with what Black men are doing, including my father, including one of my grandfathers, because he's extremely misogynistic and a whole bunch of other things. Like, love him, but he's not going to influence anything I do with my life. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I didn't want any misconceptions. And then with Obi's conversation, with the whole thing with the men, I forgot what the response to Obi's thing was, so I'm gonna come back to that, because I got really distracted. I don't care what Black men are doing.
All right, what? Go ahead.
I'm about to build my own castle.
Wait, Jack, go ahead, and then the what?
Hi, hello everyone. I hope everyone's okay. I actually really wanted to say something about an hour ago, but I was cycling in the middle of the night, and it was when you were talking about feminism. Oh no, don't worry. I mean, I couldn't get in because it was full up, the chat. But I just had an issue with the general consensus, I think, of what you were saying, that you had a quandary about whether you should call yourself a feminist or not, because you think that women shouldn't be on the front line. Am I right in
Yeah,
what
I mean,
what you
that's
were
an
saying?
oversimplification, because it's not that they shouldn't. If they want to be, they can. Feminism, you have your choice. It's for me whether or not I would put them there, just like over a man or with a man, before a man kind of thing. But
Because
go
I
ahead.
feel like feminism, or my analysis of feminism, I'm more of a radical feminist, is that not a liberal feminist, because they're very distinct. I don't think it's about wanting women to be on the front line. That's for equality's sake. I think it's more about choices, like not restricting women, or not seeing their value to society, or even the war structure, the industrial war structure is as less than. Like, they all have a value that is extremely important, and them thinking that they should be on the front line isn't a win for women. It isn't something that I think is actually true feminism. That's basically what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure if I'm saying it quite clearly.
No, I understand. From a woman's perspective, feminism is ultimately about choice, and the right to choose what you do, not just with your life, but with your bodies. From my perspective, feminism is about equality. And I think from your perspective too, hopefully. But in my notion of equality, I don't think it is equal. I don't think I view men and women as equal on a fundamental level. If I'm willing to kill one and not the other, right? Like,
well,
if I'm willing to send one to die and not the other.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put no, it's not like I wouldn't put a woman on the front line. If they want to be on the front line, they can. But the point is that.
But what if both men and women don't want to go on the front line, but there is like a front line and we need to fight? Who are we going to force to go out there?
Well,
who are you going to force to go out there?
Men and women are biologically different.
No, I mean, like, I'm thinking about specifically a draft, right? Wait, no. Wait, okay. When someone, if you're saying you wouldn't, like, we both have the option. It's an easy decision for me. If I'm talking to both men and women and they're like, we both want to go, okay, you both can go. But if they're like, no, we don't want to go, neither the man nor the woman want to go, I'm going to force the man to go. I'm going to probably go. But I wouldn't do that for a woman. And that says something about my view of women versus my view of men.
I don't know how to explain this, but I think that it's kind of like missing the point, because men are stronger than women physically. Yeah. And that's why they are 90% of the time, or even 99% of the time, on the front line.
Yeah, fighting. But we have guns now. Like, your physical...
but it's even just the whole culture, the whole energy, the whole interaction of who they're fighting on the other side. It's men. Yeah. Women have so much more incredible superpowers elsewhere when it comes to this industrial war complex. Yeah. So they don't need to be on the front line, and feminism isn't about putting them on the front line.
I don't actually. I mean, my thing is, if I know you are going to have to die for this, who am I willing to send to die? Even if it's not the front line, who am I willing to send to die for a society? Not the woman. Right.
Yeah, but I mean, in reality, war is extremely messy, and it's there's choices, so many different choices about who's gonna go into this dark alley or this forest or this building, or there's so many like really messy situations and decisions in war. And when the chips fall, it's usually the men fighting because they're more stronger and because they have a history of all these tactical and physical training, and women have other avenues or other jobs that are equally as important. It's just not relying on their physicality. And I don't think feminism is about wanting women to have the right to be on the front line.
I said this in the beginning, where I was like, I could be a difference feminist, where I say they're equal just in different ways, and they contribute but in different ways. For me personally, it feels like I'm trying to escape accountability for my bad assumption or the ideas. It is literally who would die, and ultimately who is more disposable. Not disposable in that way, but in the way that, would I sacrifice a man or a woman to sustain life, or to sustain a community, or to protect a community? And maybe it is because of how I'm raised. Maybe it's because of how wars are fought. Maybe it's because men are more physical, or generally stronger. Maybe it's because we only need a few men to sustain a society. We don't need a lot of them. So maybe that's why. But what I'm trying to not escape from is the reality of an assumption about men and women that I make in the decision that I make regarding who should fight wars. In my assumption.
Well, men and women are fighting wars, but in just different ways, and they have equal importance.
No. I am not disregarding women's role in war and how good they are and all they've contributed to war. I'm saying, if I had to decide who should go to war, it's not them, unless they want to. My first inclination is not to send a woman to war, which might be a misogynistic approach to what this is. The conversation, like it might like. I don't feel comfortable saying I'm a feminist because of it, and I'm actually like talking about this.
That's the thing. That's the thing I find confusing, because feminism is about putting women in the front line to fight wars.
No. Feminism is me. My feminism is me believing that men and women are equal. I don't think it's fair for me to pretend like I believe men and women are equal when I'm literally willing to make one die and the other not. Like,
can I jump in, Themis?
Yeah, you said something. Yeah, go ahead.
So I will address the comment that I made. It's not a gotcha moment, but I will address the comment that you made, that I made. But to piggyback off of what you're saying, Themis, and I do agree with you on this. The thing is that, like, as women, we have to be comfortable with the fact that a lot of the implications of moving forward are not going to be, we can't take a lot of the privileges that we had with us. And so and I'm not trying to dismiss your argument or say that I want to go and fight anyone. Again, I don't fight, but I will say that if we really are out here saying, you know what, we want to have it's not only just shared responsibility for our work or shared stuff for our work, but the other types of work. We want to be able to run the gambit in terms of roles, and we have to be willing to be drafted for the game. And this is not something that is new. Like in Israel right now, women also join their army. So if we want to have the society where we're saying, okay, we want to negotiate on women being able to be treated as, like, to have equal treatment, we can talk about what that means, but men are going to want to be able to negotiate with what they've had to sacrifice as well. And we can't dismiss that. We can't dismiss the reality that we, like, yes, we have somebody has to stay and take care of the children. It doesn't have to be the woman, but most traditionally it is the woman. We can't decide who is a better caretaker or not. But just to just to finish the point, like if we want to come to, because we want men to be in this future with us. So if we want to be able to negotiate new terms, we have to be willing to concede some points.
Yeah.
Can I jump in also?
Wait, before you jump in, I want Concern. I'm with Concern here, but I do want Concern to address the comment because it might be a got you.
Okay, so so you might have talked about it because I went back. I don't know why, but I feel like Prince Betty is like my little brother. Cuddle
Black Man 2020.
I don't know why. Okay, listen. Like, this is just my truth for right now. Okay, so when because I remember hearing something along those lines, so I went back and listened to it, and it did sound like you were saying that that at the minute mark I mentioned, it did sound like what Prince Betty had said that you had said did happen. And then I went on to kind of think about what this woman was saying. So whenever you get a chance, or maybe in the after show, go back and see if you can.
What did I say though?
You said, I'm sorry, I started thinking about something else. I'm sorry. I started thinking about what this lady was saying. You were talking about, what did Prince Petty say that you disagree with? Prince Petty said
men should be paid more.
No, it wasn't men should be paid more. Thank you. It's that if men are going to sacrifice their life or do these types of things where they could be literally like on the front lines, then there should be benefits in the society when they come back for the sacrifice that they made. You did say that there's a part of it that you didn't that you disagreed with, but then later on you said that you do agree with some parts. So just like
Yeah, I remember this. I probably should have made this clear. I thought it was clear when I said that. I was assuming arguendo. But like, I'm saying this is an argument they could make for. I didn't say they could make it, but it's assuming arguendo. Like, hey, now that I'm the one who is going to die for this community, here is why I deserve this benefit. And then you can say, well, no, there's no correlation. And I did say, hopefully, at that point, that men and women being paid in the same job for doing the same thing is like obviously de facto. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. But I could not conceive of a job where the skills on the battlefield is going to be paramount and therefore you should be uplifted in this way. Maybe something in the FBI or like the police force, I don't know. But something that requires you to like be physical, I don't know. But no,
well, go ahead.
Good. No.
No, I mean, I think I'm following what you're saying. And I don't think that like everything needs to go to the logical extreme to kind of like for us to move forward on a point. I don't think we need to purity test everything. So I think overall you're more feminist leaning and feminist functioning, and therefore generally you're gonna end up on that side. So functionally you're a feminist.
No,
but
I wait, prior to that question, I would have proclaimed myself to be a feminist.
Yes. And I think that that's demonstrably true in like the way that you even navigate these conversations. I will say though that like when I think about how we're going to move forward, and we don't have to move forward with Black men. We really don't. But I do think that, listen, I really don't think so. I think that we do have to make the choice to decide what, like, if we want, like, we share this earth with other people. So in reality, like, if Black people are going to move forward, we're going to have to move forward with other people's input and other people doing what they want to do. We have to take into account what else is going on. And so if Black women who are going to give birth to Black sons, who are going to most of the time prefer Black men, if we're being honest, like if we're going to figure out how we're going to move it forward in the future, we can leave them behind and we can figure out what we're going to do. But but Black men will still share the planet with us. And so if we want to argue with them about what they're doing wrong and how they're going to build, we have to recognize that, like, that is going to be a conversation. It's not going to be a kind of like one-sided kind of like preaching moment. Like it's going to have to, if we're both in good faith, like it's still going to be a conversation.
Yeah. I'm going to make Jack respond because I think we addressed her a lot. And then I will close and then we'll talk in the after show of whatever is left over. So go ahead, Jack, respond.
There's lots of things to do. What do you want me to
I'm sorry.
Particularly. I would like to take it back to the original title. You said there were certain things that we should define. What is the good fight? Because
protecting the Black community.
Yeah, well, I think that is something that quite a lot of women, Black women that I know, can't escape from, because we're part of it, and for our own peace of mind.
You would think so, right? You would think being a part of the you would think being a part of the Black community means you protect it. You would think that.
Well, I mean,
not in the case of the men.
Depending on what you mean by protect, because
I mean, at bare minimum, not talk crap about the other people in it.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I do think that it's going to be quite hard for women who are part of their community, whether it's going to church or going out clubbing or going to, I don't know, some kind of recreational, hobby, educational clubs where they see other Black people. That is, it is your kind of community. And are you just going to ignore them or detach yourself from them or shun them and not speak to them? You're going to have some type of like care and empathy. And it's very hard to kind of detach yourself completely and live in a bubble. So I think it's kind of like a natural instinct per se, if you're active outside of your house in the Black community, to want to know that your friends and friends of friends aren't dodgy, weird, bad people, and you want to connect with them and be friends with them. The point I'm making is that it's inescapable to want to be around good people, or else it will just really drag you down and make you depressed and sad that you can't connect with anybody. So it would make sense to want to kind of encourage a good, healthy community around you. So maybe the good fight is inescapable.
That's an interesting point. I'm gonna let someone. Well, I'll wait and come back. Kevin Deal, I feel like you might be trolling. A community, you mean neighborhoods? I'm always sort of flabbergasted when like people ask me what is a community or what is the Black community. Like in a debate, I feel like it's kind of disingenuous. So I don't know. I'm gonna call you up, Kevin. You can come up and we can have a conversation. Let me put the link. This is not for everyone. This is only for Kevin because we're done. And hopefully you and I can talk in the after show. You guys,
can I just say one thing, Themis? That just to clarify that community is pretty obvious. It's kind of a bit basic to understand. Yeah. It is a group of people that kind of live around in your area, and you have a particular thing, I don't know, in a characteristic in common, whether it's you're in a gym.
You defining. Do not take the bait. Do not define.
I'm just saying it's pretty obvious what it is.
Yeah. I refuse to define community for anyone.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
It could be anything from being in a gym or the color of your skin or going to a chess club. That is your community because you have a particular thing in common and you're around them. It's really obvious.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, I'll come back and talk about the debate. LB, have people been emailing you for the debate? Just all right, good. All right. I'll see you guys in the after show. Adios. My mom need to leave me alone. Why be hear this text? Why are you pretending like the after show is a real thing? You can just continue the conversation.
I like your mommy.
I was wondering
Your
the
mom
same
trolls
thing.
you. I love it.
You know, like I'm with, yeah.
I was wondering. I'm like, it's so funny that she sent that text because just as you were going in there, I was like, I wonder why we need the after show.
What? Yeah, can we just?
No,
It's cute. It's
there
cute.
is a program. I'm following my program. There is
I wasn't
let's
sure what
continue.
the necessity of it was, to be honest. I was gonna just ask.
No, because I want to section it off. Like it's done.
Okay.
I want people to be able to leave. Like this is the ratchet part of the conversation usually. No.
No, right. I feel like it's
like the
Or
ending
you-
credits
laid
of
back.
like a movie.
Exactly. It disappeared. Duyo?
Are they still there?
Hi.
Hey, how do I pronounce your name?
Dio.
Dio. Thank you.
So I wanted to make a point, but I think someone had already made it about like the feminism stuff, because like I'm a Christian and like I believe in equality, but we have like different roles. Men and women are equal, like in the eyes of God, but we just have different roles that are equally as important. So like men going to war, in my opinion, I think it's like equal to you putting your life on the line to bring a child into this world. I know someone made that point. It's just different situations. And I believe until you get a womb and start giving birth to children, then it's
pretty much.
Great point.
Girl, if that could happen, the abortion laws would be in favor of pro-choice.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
How about that part? Why do men even vote on that? Like that should just be a woman's only vote.
Oh my God, I literally cannot understand because it will be the big, and I think it's mostly just to control women. It's to control women and also to be able to put the lever back on their favor in order to take away back rights, because women having babies does usually affect their need to partner, because like if once you start having children, you start most people will want to have help, especially if your family is not around. You'll want to have, you'll start feeling guilty about having somebody in their life, even if the father is not, you know what I mean? So I think that a lot of women then start feeling pressure to partner and therefore give men back some of the power they feel like they're losing. Like Hafiz thinks that he's losing. Like they feel like they're losing, like putting them back in their place. I think that's what the abortion stuff is about.
I think it's also, well, we're not going to get into the abortion thing. I think it's about controlling, not viewing women as fully human, and the decisions women make as something to be controlled by men, I think. But that, and I do think a lot of it is based in religion. But these people are hypocrites, so like I don't understand. AD. Sorry, truth teller. I only skipped because I don't want to go in the path of the abortion.
No, I wasn't going to talk about the abortion thing. I wanted to comment on
after AD.
Yeah, okay.
All right, go ahead, AD. I'm still here. I need to sneeze.
It's you.
I was going to make a couple through lines. I think say I think like the whole foundational piece of the argument of men going to war or not, or women going to war or not, is the whole idea that at the end of the day, women are what carry and create new life. And I think that like that foundationally, previous to agrarian society, women, and previous to like the way in which material society has come to evolve, women did have a lot of power because of that place in society. But once again we started farming, we started to create labor, then that gave men a power and a privilege that they didn't formerly have, because men were more expendable. Women were more protected.
Your mic is going in and out.
Still.
Is it any better?
It's better when you're closer to it. I don't know if you have.
I can hear you, but there you go.
All right. So I feel like often what we've been fighting against, especially now, and
Oh, you're gone again. Let me come back on the line and the thing. You're gone.
Maybe it's a bad connection.
It's not giving.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, truth teller.
I like what she was saying in terms of the women's ability to give birth and to create new life so they can have more soldiers to fight in said wars. But I understand where you're coming from, though, Themis, in terms of the question of what is feminism. And I agree with, I think it was Concern that was saying that, like, functionally you basically are a feminist. But in terms of like women, because so much has changed in our modern society in terms of the dynamics of like men and women and our gender roles and things like that. And I feel like we are now having to reimagine like what these things means, as particularly as it pertains to us like being together in like a union for those of us that are heterosexual, you know what I mean? And it kind of feels like both parties, I mean, women have strived so much and have gained so much, what is it called? Like rights that we were deserving of from the beginning. And then men are feeling some type of way like, oh, like they're losing rights because women have gained rights. And there's like this tension between the two. But I do think that Concern had a good point in terms of there's going to have to be like a renegotiation of things, because the landscape has now changed because of the fact that women have been empowered in terms of earning our own living, and no longer is our ability to survive, right? Because one of the primary reasons why women were partnered and got married like so young, and we weren't even, we didn't even have agency in choosing who it was that we married in early hundreds of years ago, or what have you. And so that even that is like a new phenomenon. I was just watching or listening to a podcast that discussed that. And so we really haven't, I think, grappled with these things, the new agency that we have and what it means in terms of like partnering and marriage and different things like that. But I did want to say to your point though, Themis, in terms of like, I feel like there's two things with the feminism discussion. There is equality in terms of like men and women are equal. No babies are coming out of this session. Are you laughing? Oh my gosh, too much risk. Oh Lord. It's more of a risk if it's, well, I don't know what they mean by too much risk.
I'm muting myself because I was not ready for that comment. Please go ahead, ignore me.
But
Bia, Stiffy Bia, go into the corner. You're on timeout.
What was I saying? In terms of like, so equality, one being like men and women are equal, and so therefore, you know, the question that you're having in your own mind of you value women a little bit more so that you wouldn't put them on the front lines to die for men or what have you. And then there's another conversation of equality of opportunity. And I remember seeing like this clip, I don't know if you may have seen it or not, Themis, where Jordan Peterson was actually having a debate with a woman about the question around like unequal pay, right? And then he brought up that. I was like, that's actually a good point, because I'm the type of person where I like to consider both sides, right? And I really like to like really think it through. And the difficult piece, because he's like, well, what I've observed is that, okay, fine. He's like, if you're saying feminism, you know, equality of opportunity, I'm with you 100%. Women should have equal opportunity to choose, do you want to be in the front lines or do you not? And if you want to, good, God bless you, Godspeed. If you don't, then you don't have to. But the question that he had asked, which gave me pause and I had to think about it, he's like, it looks like women are wanting to have more access into political power, which is fine and fair. But he's like, I don't see the same amount of energy being for women trying to get into jobs that were traditionally for men that were more dangerous, such as, I don't know, he like gave some examples or whatever. Mining or like drilling or like different things like that. He's like, no one is bringing up the point that men are like highly overrepresented in those professions and women are not. And so what does that mean in terms of, do you know what I mean? And I was like, oh, that's a fair point to bring that up. And so I think it's a both and for me. Like, we are equal for me fundamentally. And again, from my faith-based perspective, men and women are fundamentally equal in value in terms of our humanity. And I have never felt inferior to a man, nor do I consider a man to be superior to me. Never thought that. But I do understand that we have different capacities for certain things by virtue of our biology and physical strength. And I don't think that makes one person better or worse. It just makes us different. We have different tasks and different things that we all contribute to society and the betterment of society. And, you know, I'm just going to run in my lane as a woman and a man run in his lane as a man. And then there are intersections. There are areas where they overlap and they cross. But I just fundamentally don't see like this thing where it almost feels like we're trying to like force a hierarchy almost between men and women where one doesn't necessarily need to exist. If you get what I'm saying.
No, I do get what you're saying. I'm kind of with you.
Yeah. You know, like I don't know. Yeah. That's where I sort of land on it. And that's why I just leave myself out. I don't consider myself a feminist. I'm just like,
just here.
I'm just here. I'm here for equality of opportunity. Do not withhold any opportunities from me, and I will not withhold any opportunities from you. And it just is what it is.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. LB, you said you had a question.
Yeah, so I've actually gone through like the whole entire process, and I have been left conflicted. I'm just like, I don't even know if it's my question let me look it up because I wrote it down because I was gonna forget it. 1 second. If you want to go to somebody else, you can.
Can I just?
I mean, we're gonna wrap it up now. All right, let's do Jack. Go.
I just wanted to say that thank you, Truth Teller. You really articulate yourself and express yourself really well, and I was like 100% agreeing with what you were saying. Apart from the fact that you said you don't call yourself a feminist, like I definitely feel that feminism is extremely important worldwide because of everything from human trafficking and FGM and just the amount of modern slavery going on. There's just a lot of women and young girls being subjugated, and feminism is extremely important to fight and dismantle patriarchy that is demolishing the world, really. But what I find quite interesting is what you were saying, Truth Teller. There's a few people that in the chat and who I've spoken to in real life that don't agree, and they find what you're saying controversial. And for me, I just don't understand it, that you feel that men and women aren't equal. A lot of people honestly believe that, and they think maybe their interpretation of what equal or equality is being muddied or confused, where they think that when someone says that men and women are equal, they think equal in everything from like strength and well, I don't know, maybe they need to come up and actually explain themselves. But I just think it's really odd to have that idea that men and women aren't equal, because men and women are equal in value to society. They should be
I
treated
mean, are they though?
No, well, they ought to be. They are, but people
if you're
don't.
talking about perpetuating or like continuing the human race, we don't really need a lot of men.
Well,
I would
maybe
argue, and I've been
maybe
accused of being.
but men and women are equal, have equal value, 100%.
I mean, they don't have equal rights, right? Like,
no, but I'm not talking about equal. I'm not talking about equal rights, because in worldwide, men and women don't have equal rights, but they have equal value to humanity.
Rude Boy says we don't need a lot of women either. It doesn't work that way. No, we do it. I don't think you understand who carries a child and for how long and who can go and impregnate. But go ahead, sorry.
But it's extremely true that we need women to procreate. Of course we do. But when I look around and see who is in the sewers, on the construction sites, doing all these horrible physical work, it is mainly men. Maybe it's because in society women aren't really encouraged, or barriers are put up, I don't know, for them to want to access that type of jobs. But I just think that men are needed for many things, even if they act stupid and have just caused lots of destruction in the world through upholding patriarchy or creating it. I think that men and women have equal value to the world, and there should be no hierarchy at all in the value.
Men and women's value. I'm not going to tell you who I think has the most value, but just say I don't think they're equally valued. They should be equally valued in terms. I think actually society wrongfully was structured around the protection of women, because unfortunately women were seen as not fully human, but like incubators for children. Like I don't.
That's incorrect. That's wrong. I think women and men should have equal value to the humanity, should have equal respect.
What they should not have is not what I'm arguing. I do agree with you. They should.
Yeah, and I think that's what I find quite confusing when people say that men and women are not equal.
Not as equally valuable.
I don't know. I think that's a slippery slide. I
mean, it can be what it is. I don't know.
That can slide into misandry.
Yeah, no, yes, agreed. And that's the thing. I don't actually care about like what it looks like if it is predicated on reason, right? So is it reasonable? And the truth is, like, for the population to sustain itself, we just need a few men. I mean,
yeah, but that's very
the basic nature, like on the most basic level. If we weren't fighting wars, we wouldn't need men to protect the communities if that's their role, right? I don't know that I would say, like, I think men and women are valuable, and I would go as far as to say they should have equal rights and they should be seen as equally valuable. I do not personally believe they're equally valuable.
You think women are more valuable?
I'm not going to say what I think.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I mean, I have a lot of grievances towards men, but I still definitely think that men and women have equal, that they should be treated as equal.
Do you believe that men and women, you need the same amount of men and women for society to exist?
Yes,
but I don't think existence is the goal. I think thriving is the goal, and like putting the bar.
No. We can go to thriving in a moment, but I'm talking about merely at bare minimum we need to exist.
We do. It will be more productivity in terms of bearing children if there are more women than men. Yes.
But that shouldn't be a determination of whether they're valuable to the world.
No. I'm just talking from a purely biological perspective here, right? Like we can go tit for tat all day, but like, and that's why I bring it down to sort of biology. Because like even Deanne is pointing out that like who is going to father these children? Like all of that comes into play. But on a pure sort of only like existence, like biological framework for existence, a woman can only be pregnant once in 9 months,
9
right?
months, yeah.
And a man can go around and impregnate a bunch of people. Right.
True.
And so the idea that for us to exist on on like the most basic sense, for us to exist, women's existence is more valuable.
See? Yeah, I knew it.
In terms of mere existence. Now, does that mean women are more valuable overall? We can have that debate. But I was just talking about like on a purely sort of biological framework.
Okay.
But if we're
Don't need as many men.
if we're gonna argue more broadly, then I don't know. And you are probably right. And it's a slippery slope, even though slippery slope is a logical fallacy. It is a slippery slope to say to say that women are more valuable, predicating it only on the biological framework that I just posited that may or may not be correct. So I would agree, but continue. And yes, only for like, I mean, the children are going to start looking weird after a while, but
that's what I was going to say. For genetic diversity.
I said merely existing. So
yeah.
Go ahead. It's not the type of marriages that you're married. Go ahead, Jack.
Well,
by the way, this is all kind of like, this is why I said this is like the after show. I can do this because I can just whatever. Go ahead.
There's lots of things I want to say, but I think feminism is extremely important when we think of how women and girls are treated around the world, and that's why I always call myself a feminist, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, and you should. I don't think I wouldn't dissuade you from that. I feel bad because in your voice you sound defeated, and
Oh no, it's because it's like 3:30 in the morning, and I shouldn't be talking too loud because my flatmates will like start knocking on my door. Trust me, I can raise my voice and get very animated, but it's not the time right now.
Gotcha. No, thank you. Because I was like, oh, maybe my humor is not like hitting, because we know Themis and these humors aren't great in his third person. Define women, traveling Supreme Court question, period. Thank you, Jack. Please go get some rest. Nothing interesting will happen from here on. Please go to bed.
Okay. Oh, well, good night, everyone. And we all know what a woman is. It's an adult whole human female. Okay.
Bye. The what? Go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Good. Well, first of all, thank you, Themis, again for having these conversations. I really appreciate it. And on the topic of, sending women to war, maybe if we send more incubators to war, they'll value us a bit better, because I mean, if I have to be a trash woman to get like actual representation in policy making and like and society building, then so be it. Like, because it feels like if we are doing these other like steps to try to create a world that we envision for ourselves, it's like it's not being taken serious. So yeah, I'm not saying I'm for women going to war, but I mean, like, it just, because I'm Haitian, and in Haitian history, with our revolution, it's not like the men were like, we need to step in our masculinity, you women, you just sit back and just like, we'll handle this. No, it was every hand on deck, and that's how we were able to free ourselves. But then, like, fast forward a bit, I remember asking my mom, I'm like, when did Haiti like have or at least legalize women to vote or stuff like that, have women's rights in Haiti. And she wasn't sure, so I tried to like look it up, and essentially we kind of followed in the footsteps of European countries essentially. So after like America getting women's rights going and other countries doing the same thing, Haitian men decided, oh, okay, Haitian women should have rights too. And that bothered me because it's like, y'all had no issues when we needed to free ourselves, you had no issues getting help from me, but then now it's like, what's going on? And
now you're masculine.
And and then like fast forward a bit more, I remember not the last time, a while back when I went to Haiti, and women were running for political positions, and I swear to God, like posters would just straight up say, don't vote for this woman, don't vote for this person because she's a woman. Like that's it, just point blank period. And I'm like, oh, it was just exhausting because it was just like, again, do you guys, I really don't think they do value us on a human level. We are definitely decoration.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny because I literally said this to my cousin the other day. So the fact that I'm repeating myself, it's like, I don't know, it's a little weird. But on the topic of like child support and the video, well, I again Googled child support when it was first like presented to the masses, and in America it was in 1935. It's not even 100 years old. So I don't know why people or men are trying to be like, oh no, child support is dragging me down. Like this is what's really holding me back from like uplifting the Black community when it's only been what, 90, not even 100 years. Like, come on, chill. And oh yeah, and also on the topic of like Black women, if we need to choose the Black community and always put the Black community first, I'm gonna be honest, I'm getting tired of that narrative, especially since if I have a child, I'm sorry, that child will probably be biracial, and I wouldn't raise them to think that they're any less Black that they need to be. And for me, because I kind of read the Ralph Richard Banks book, the
It's Match for White People.
Right. And I don't remember all the statistics because there's so many, but on the topic of like men sharing and how Black men move essentially when they're making six figures, usually for other men and other like race, when they start making the six figures and up, they settle down. They start a family. Black men, they're like, oh word, I got money now. Marriage, like I don't need this. And so because of that, HIV and herpes is like really high in the Black community, and that was like, I felt so disrespected. Like I think it was 2/3 of like Black children make up 2/3 of the children population that are HIV positive.
Oh my God.
Right. And I was just like, we are 13% of the population, but we make up 2/3. I was flabbergasted. That blew my mind.
I did not know that, by the way.
Right. And
where'd you find that stat?
It was in the book. I don't recall it perfectly, but I remember it was something so crazy. I was just like, this information is hurting my feelings.
Wow.
And it's in the chapter called Men Sharing, right?
I think so. I believe so.
I'll find it again. I have the book here, and I'll find it again. Continue.
Right. And then another stat that he shared was that with women, we have a higher rate of getting herpes. I think it's like Black women, if you have like a lifetime partner of like 4 men, you have a higher rate of getting herpes versus a white woman who can have up to 10 partners before being at risk. Again, these numbers are crazy. They're crazy. They're scary. And it's like, again, not motivating me to be like, yes, I need to stick around, be lonely, or stick around for these men to get their shit together. Like, I don't know what women, Black women, have to say for them to understand what's going on and to hold themselves accountable. And I guess in that sense, that's why I really do appreciate you, Themis, because like I really do hope we start like heading, even though I'm not sticking around particularly to be with a Black man, but I do appreciate what you are doing. And like if we're headed towards finding solutions, even at like a basic bare minimum level of like really appreciating women, because like I'm tired of Black women being labeled as like this princess warrior. I am not Xenon. Like, please stop trying to label me as this as this woman that's gonna like hold you guys down no matter through all the bullshit. I'm tired of it. So then like I feel like you're like our the Black community's Hail Mary. Like you are really doing the work and I really appreciate it.
Not Hail Mary.
Because like even with like women, I mean, you either have the pick-me's or the divestors. There's literally nothing in between. And there's just the manosphere. So I don't, and with that, you either have again, what's his name? Umar going crazy with the Hotep. And I honestly love that video that you did about Ralph Richard Banks with his reaction, because he literally could not like argue anything that he had to say. And I feel like I feel bad for the people who follow him, because how are you brainwashed by his words? Because like I remember the first time I listened to his videos, I'm like, wait, he might be onto something. And then like 10 minutes in, I'm like, nah, he sounds crazy. Y'all, what is this? And I backed away immediately. But people just eat up his words, and I'm tired. Like I can't be a strong Black woman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to quickly, as you were talking, go through and find it, but I did not. I usually am very good at that, but I will find it again and then come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry if I have the stats wrong, but I remember it was something crazy.
No, you're fine. No, even if it's wrong, I am actually now very curious how I missed that, because and this is a problem when you look through things, you're looking for very specific things and you overlook others, and that might be something that I overlook. So I'm glad you brought it up, because I am going to reread this book now in its entirety.
No, it's okay. And plus, like that book, it literally has a lot of stats. Like it's, you know, two-thirds is actually the book, and then the last half is just all the studies that he pulled. So I appreciate that from him, because then, you know, like I know he did his homework.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully thank you. I now have a research project-ish.
Okay. I hope I got the information right, but have a good night, and thank you so much.
Bye. Even if you didn't have the information correct, I'm glad you brought it up, because now I can look it up. Santana, you're muted. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Listen, the way when you glow up and you smile, just okay.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, my daughter see me on the TV. He's on the TV.
I love your head wrap. It looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
I made it to the big screen. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Listen, the way the streams are long and I am invested, I love the discourse that happens on your page, on your whatever they call the platform. You have to be on the TV, because my phone cannot just be on 4, 5, 6 hours sometimes. There's too much to do.
Yeah.
There's too much to do, but I decided to jump in really quickly. I missed a large portion of it, so forgive me if I kind of derail the conversation. So just to bring it back, so I guess the question of the room being like, should Black women give up the fight? I'm not here to tell any Black woman what to do. I'm complete liberation on that. I feel like Black women should be free to do whatever they want to do. If you want to divest. You want to stay. You want to continue to fight. As for me and mine, I have given up the fight. as for here, I have given up the fight. And it's just a miraculous thing that can happen when you really just start minding your own and drinking that water for real. You know what I'm saying?
Period.
You know?
Period. Yeah.
So I've stopped arguing with men too, especially when the whole submission and you're just too masculine kind of conversation started becoming something that was prevalent. I feel like that's something new. Maybe they kept talking about how Black women were nagging and we this and we that, but that whole masculine and submission thing, I feel like, or maybe I just didn't step into the adult realm of Black womanhood yet to know exactly what the number is. But I feel like that whole conversation is new. It's dry, it's dull. I don't argue with them anymore, at least to the best of my abilities. Once I catch myself like, oh, this is starting to feel a little bit debate-ish, I excuse myself, because a lot of the times they're just too contradictory. They're too contradictory, and what's the point of beating a dead horse? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't have anything to prove, and I feel like that's the point, and that's the part that I've gotten to. I no longer have anything to prove. So for all their rhetoric of you're gonna die alone and you're gonna die with your cats, and it's like, meow. What are you gonna die with? Like,
meow.
What are you gonna die with? You know, because I've worked in the social realm of society as like on that community worker level, and I've seen. I pointed out all the time, if given the opportunity, I've seen where a lot of Black men, if they don't have their shit together, what happens to them. You know what I mean? And so, for that fear mongering of who's going to be alone, child, I'm my food, you know, leave it alone.
Wait there. Wait, I would try to say. Yeah.
Big up yourself.
Bananas. We don't know where we come from when we say bananas. Bananas.
Yeah.
Jamaica, big up yourself. No, it's the code switch, not you, true seller. The code switch. No, but I felt like I wanted to jump in and just put my point in that. Like, have us be free to do whatever. A few years ago, before it even started becoming a thing, with the Gayle King, Snoop Dogg type of thing, I really caught myself then, because the amount of vitriol that Gayle King got, in my opinion, for doing her job, and how easy it was to like threaten her with violence, and like the rest of the world was like, yeah, good for her. I was like, hold on a second. If that's Miss Gayle King on the TV with all of her accolades and all of her monies, and they can threaten her with violence so easy, then who am I? And are the rest of us missing that point? Right? So I save my energy these days for the children and the women. And I've been saying that since Gayle King. I am here for Black women and children. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done across the board, especially in terms of sisterhood and like really forming a bond that's like unbreakable. But I'm here for Black women and children. Not saying the men don't matter, but y'all can take care of yourselves. The words of our dear friend, Miss Tabitha, that's your business. That's your business. Handle your business.
Your business. And don't handle your husband. I'm kidding. I'm caught up on Jamaicans, but thank you so much.
Listen, you know us in the Jamaican diaspora. You don't know how we alone. You don't know how we are. We're not nobody. We're not the Caribbean. We're the world.
Jamaica to the world. Yes.
I promise y'all I did not plan this.
It's the Jamaican meetup. Meetup.
I'm so glad I'm here.
On the corner of Willikuma with Talawa.
We should be able to take care of ourselves, but we've let ourselves down a lot lately. Period.
Whoever made that comment, I agree.
Yeah,
it's time for you guys to take care of yourselves. If bringing simple conversations, like, to me, yes, they're all nuanced and they're complex. We're realizing this because not everybody can hold a conversation on Themis' platform, right? But if the simple little conversations are something difficult for men to hold within the space of other men, what does that say? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What does that really say?
Yeah. I found the page by myself without any help from the chat. I'm kidding.
He found it.
No, the chat told me to go to page 65. Someone control find under.
I'm famous, Lulu. I'm on the TV.
Period. I'm on TV. I made it to the big screen. Sorry.
on the TV.
Oh, hey, pretty one, little miss.
You're on the TV now.
Hello.
Look at me.
Like
Hi, pretty girl.
Hi. Hi, we're waiting for you. Oh.
Let me do this. Let me.
Yeah, what did you? That's because that's crazy.
I know.
And if the stats are
I
what
believe it though.
It's
if
actually
stats,
one.
I do believe it too. Let me make one little fast thing, Themis. If the stats are what the stats, if the stats are what
she said,
homegirl said, hold on, Jessica. That really goes to show what the priorities are in our community for real, and it speaks more to like the level of how much sex is top notch versus everything else. And so when I hear Black men speak now, especially a lot today, and you're hearing them really voice a lot of their concerns, to me, what I hear is the access to the sex or the access to the kind.
This is going to become a staple. This paragraph will be a staple on this channel from now on.
What is it?
So let me mute.
I would like to comment. Oh, sorry. Go on, Themis, when you're done.
Black women are disproportionately represented among HIV cases as well. Although Black men account for a large share of total HIV cases than Black women within gender groups, the racial disproportion is greater for Black women. Black men constitute approximately 40% of HIV plus men. That is a high. Whatever. While Black women are 60% or more of HIV plus women. All right.
Is that just America or is that like a worldwide?
America. According to incidence rates provided by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Black women are nearly 15 times as likely as white women to be newly infected with HIV. And they are more likely than white women to have contracted the disease through heterosexual contact. Estimates are that more than 3 out of every 4 HIV plus Black women have been infected through sex with a man. And because women may pass the virus on to their newborn, African American children comprise nearly 2/3. African American children comprise nearly 2/3 of all HIV plus young children in the United States. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So this is the thing, like the like when we say that this is urgent, most of these men want to come in and distract and blow smoke up. Sorry, I know there's a lot of Christians on here, but like we'll come and say, we'll try to meet, what about isms? Bruh, your children are contracting AIDS because of your foolishness. Bruh, your children are growing up without the resources necessary and ending up being statistics and thinking that they can throw their life away because they ain't gonna make it past 18. Like, you're not even making sense in this conversation. Stop talking to me like you have some sort of like moral high ground. Stop it.
Oh, they thought Black femicide was it. No, like, I wish someone would come back to debate now. I wish they would. Absolutely not. This is actually really disturbing. Like 2/3. Like,
Themis, they was only going to come back on here to blame the single mothers. Like, what you saying?
African American children comprise nearly 2/3 of all HIV plus young children in the United States. Black women make up 60% of HIV positive women. Like,
Okay, because I did go back to look for the page and you found it before me. Yeah, 2/3. I was, like I said, this book hurt my feelings. I didn't even finish it. I was like 5 chapters in, and I was just getting angrier with each chapter.
I promise you I finished it, but I probably blocked that out of my mind. I probably just, like, I literally did not remember this stat. I promise I didn't even remember this stat.
It's okay. Like I said, like the book is filled with stats, but like I said, I only finished like the first 6 chapters, and I was really just angry. I was getting angry with each chapter, and I was just like, why am I reading this book? I'm done. And yeah, 2/3. 2/3.
That is
13% of the population. That's more than embarrassing, and it's sad. And to think that people are like, oh, you need to have a Black child. No, we need to have healthy children. That's what we should be striving for.
That part. And
wait.
Concerned. We need to be healthier people. Yes.
No.
All
By
of that.
the way, I am ending. We're not all going to get to like respond because we're ending it now because I actually have to go talk to some people about some things that I didn't recognize, particularly from this book.
Maybe we can actually do another video live about the book itself, because I know last time you tried to do it, we kind of like got derailed. But you know, I'm sure there's more interesting stuff in this book that I don't know,
and that I skipped over apparently. So, yeah, thank you all for being here. Actually, it's not that I have to run to go do this, but there is a conversation with someone very important regarding this book that I have to go talk to right now because I literally did not see that. So I want to call before 12 midnight. So it's 11. So I have to go.
Okay, sorry.
I appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye, Miss.
Bye, everyone.